Good evening. I would like to call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the Easton School Committee meeting of Thursday, April 3rd, 2025. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. It is being broadcast live and recorded on ECAT and Zoom. This meeting is open to the public. Members of the public attending in person who wish to make comments during our public comment period will be invited to do so at that time. Please note that you will be required to state your name and address before beginning public comments.
Can you bring the microphone closer to your mouth?
Is that better? Great, okay. And I see we have some tech support who's probably going to work on cutting down the...
Sorry, Lauren moved her microphone over.
Is that better? Is that mic also picking up?
No echo now.
We're good? Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate the tech support. This meeting is also the school committee's annual budget hearing. After the budget is presented, the school committee will have an opportunity for discussion and questions. After the school committee discussion is complete, the public will then have the opportunity to comment. We will follow our regular public comment policy for the budget hearing, feedback, or questions. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes and will be required to state their name and address before beginning their comments. We have a sign-up sheet in the front of the room by Lynn Souza. Lynn, if you can raise your hand. We can move that if we need to, but the plan is to have folks, if you plan to speak on the budget, just to make sure that everybody gets treated fairly and that we get to everybody in an orderly manner. There'll be a sign-up sheet, and then we'll just call folks to the microphone. There are 2 microphones in the back of the room. We will call people to the microphone in the order in which they signed up. If you signed up to comment and then find that somebody else already said what you were going to say, or you no longer feel like you would like to comment, you can feel free to pass or simply come to the microphone and state that you agree with or support a prior comment. So if you do sign up, don't feel like you're obligated and locked in for that part of the meeting. And let's see, so with that,
There is still an echo. Are others hearing the echo as well? I'm wondering if it's from one of the computers or any of the computers. It's only on your mic. Yeah, it's not on. It was covered. That's my excuse.
okay, is that less echoey? All right, great. All right, so with that, the meeting is called to order. Our first item on the agenda is actually not the public hearing. We have something that's kind of fun and interesting. So this is a discussion and vote to approve a Wheaton College student to film, possibly film at Easton Middle School. So I apologize to the committee members that the printout did not make its way into your packets tonight, but I will read salient points from the email, and then away we go. All right, so students from Wheaton College, Kaylee Carson, the senior student producer, and Elias Stevens, the senior film director, have requested the use of space within Easton Public Schools to work on a student film. They are hoping to use either the Easton Middle School or one of the elementary schools. Looking for 1 or 2 days of filming, May 3rd or 4th, or whatever works best for the district. So if the committee, just from a process standpoint, if the committee approves the overall use, then our director of operations and the principals will work out the details with the producers themselves. So this is a short film called Dubaku Brothers, and it is the thesis project from one of the students. It's a story about culture, race, faith, youth, and friendship. It's about the 10-year-old character who unexpectedly finds friendship with a boy who immigrated from Nigeria, whose presence awakens Mo to the blinding presence of race in his religion, school, and home. They attached a copy of the script and highlighted on the script the scenes that would take place in the school setting, and they're all totally routine, normal, appropriate things that you would expect to see in a story that unfolds at a school. They also would like the opportunity, if we wish, to cast students in the film. So that could be a great opportunity for some of our students so they could hold auditions and see if any students might be interested in playing extras or main characters. They also provided that they have short film certificate of insurance from Athos Insurance to cover equipment and locations on the set. And they have child safety protocols, so child actors in this age range can only be on the set for 9 hours and filmed for 5 per child labor laws. They have a dedicated crew member responsible for the well-being of child actors to ensure their safety, comfort, and compliance with regulations. So the question before us, given that they obviously need to find another location quickly if we are not amenable to this, we wanted to have the opportunity to have the school committee vote on whether we think this is an appropriate use of school buildings. And I know we had a similar request earlier in the year for a music video at All Rings. So this wasn't clearly something we've outlined in the policy yet. I know we're considering it. Figured we should bring it forth for discussion and vote. And as mentioned, then logistics of securing the space, any custodial fees, et cetera, would be worked out from an operational standpoint per usual. So any questions or comments? Yes, Laura?
I think it's a fun idea. I just would want to make sure that any security for our students in our schools, like names on the walls or pictures or anything, is covered up and not seen on the videos.
Okay. That's a great point. That's a great point. Thank you. Any other?
Do you know what time of day it's looking at?
No, so it would be on Saturday. It would be on weekend. Yeah.
Has anyone talked to Mr. Carroll or anybody about being?
Dr. Cabral, I know this came up very quickly, so we wanted to get a school committee vote scheduled to see if we could even proceed with any of the more detailed logistical questions. So I think, have you had a chance to discuss with Mr. Carroll, or is that? Okay, all right, so that'll be something that follows our vote. So again, if we approve it, that doesn't necessarily mean we'll move forward from an operation and a school perspective. It's just that the school committee would have no objection. It's basically what we'd be voting on.
And you reviewed the script, there is no inappropriate language or concerns there?
Yes. Yes. Yep. And a copy will be in your packet tonight. Just to follow up. Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion then to approve the filming of a Wheaton College student film production at one of the Easton Public Schools? And can I get a second?
Second, Wiseman.
And all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the public hearing for the fiscal year 2026 budget. Dr. Croft.
Thank you. So most of you know I typically use a stand, but there are multiple speakers, so I want to keep it in place so I don't mess anybody else up. Thank you for being here this evening. This is our annual budget hearing. We publicize this because it is a really important process, and in any year, but this year, with the fiscal difficulties that the town is facing, it is even more complex. We do not have a final budget this evening, but we do have a draft to present, and we are providing the opportunity for the school committee to ask any questions about clarity or the process. We hope to answer as many as we can in our presentation, but it's really important that everybody understands the progression of what we're doing, particularly this year. So everything that we start, including the budget, starts with our strategic plan. Our new strategic plan is effective as of this year, this school year. We have not had the opportunity to publicize this and work with it as much as we had hoped. I think for kind of obvious reasons, certainly reasons we'll discuss at this meeting this evening, we have had some serious budget considerations that we needed to work on, but there is a subcommittee that is working on launching this. We've shared it with everyone, we've shared it publicly, the school committee has voted on it, it's on our website, it's in our documentation, but people at home, parents, students will be seeing it a lot more in the coming months. As you can see, it is the center of our timeline for our budgeting. This is a slide that I show every year. This is the budget process that we use. For people who may be engaged this year, who possibly haven't been before, because this year is especially challenging, just to review quickly, we usually start in December or January. Principals spend 2 staff meetings talking to the entire staff about the strategic plan and how they can close gaps in achievement in their building, what they believe they need in order to bring our students forward. And as you can imagine, it can be really frustrating to have that exercise because you work really hard on explaining what it is our very competent staff can do and has the capacity to do for our students. And every year we go through an exercise where we have to present that percentage, and then we have to slowly reduce to get to the 0 on the deficit, or a balanced budget for the town, which is a legal mandate. This year, that deficit was a lot bigger than usual, but it's really important we go through this process because, well, in communication with the public. It's important that the public knows what it is our staff feels as though they need to help advance the achievement in the district. Whether we get there or not, it's very important for the citizens to know what is being backed out every year. And so we're following that same process this year. The principals then present that information to the district leadership team. It's just as important that everyone across the district hears the needs of each school. We have one budget. We don't do a certain percentage to every school. We do it based on needs and programs. And so it's really important for the principals and the central admin staff to understand where the needs are across the district, how we can provide with our limited resources to advance any of those programs. Then the E-team reviews that. We get some preliminary information from the town administrator around February, March, which helps us have an understanding of where the town stands and what is available. We have a staff final review where we ask the principals to go back after we have prioritized and ranked everything in the order that we're able to fit into what we reasonably think we can expect from the state and from the town. We ask them to present that to staff for any questions or any final feedback, and then we meet again, we finalize everything, and begin our public presentations, which is, as you can see, from March to May. It is going to culminate this year, actually April 29th, with our joint presentation to the town's boards. And then our budget targets that we use every year. We really focus on strategic, proactive, and reactive. You can see that proactive is a reasonable goal for any district. That's preparing for imminent or developing needs or mandates, whether it's from the state, the federal government, the Office of Civil Rights. And the lack of preparation in that area just means that there are going to be future reactive needs. And reactive or essential budgets provide the staff with resources only as a reaction to current mandates. We may have actually been cited for something, or we have corrective action as a result of not having put something in proactively. It's a need or a mandate that we need to fill. Out of the 12 years that I've been in Easton, 10 of the years have been reactive or essential. We've been in the reactive or essential category of what the staff reports the needs in each school. Excuse me. One year, I had to actually create the regressive definition because it was the first year we were actually going to go a bit backwards, and we did have a few staff reductions that year. Regressive is when we reduce or eliminate staff and resources, we're going backwards. It restricts programming, it restricts access for students, it reduces content area, classes, so that we have larger class sizes. In terms of development or strategy, we're moving backwards. Next year will be the second year that we are in a regressive, and I typically have an arrow there that kind of gauges where in that category we are. It is the lowest we have ever been in a regressive budget, which shouldn't be surprising considering the town's information that has been going out and the information we've been sending, but it is terribly discouraging. And as a result, we've had to go through an extended process this year of really backing out a lot of the things that we know and our educators know we really need for our district and for our students. Last year, I set up what would be happening this year. I'm not going to go over these slides. I've already done them in a budget presentation already this year to set that foundation of kind of how we got into a revenue deficit, but I did want to put that here so that people can see the April 25th hearing from last year. If you would like to go back and see that set up to this, I won't go over it this evening because a lot of people here have already heard it, but it is a resource that's available online on the ECAT webpage. It's also among several videos and budget documents that are on our business office webpage in the Easton Public Schools. So our proposal earlier this year was made at the request of the town administration, who asked all departments, police, fire, DPW, etc., and the school department to present a level service budget. Level service means that we're providing the same services. We are not adding programs. We're not adding sports or activities or new courses. We are maintaining the status quo. But level service is not the same as level funded, which you may have also heard of. Level funded means the same amount of money. Level service is actually an increase because in a department where we are over 85% of our costs are staffing, that entails an increase every year. People have step and lane increases, they have cost of living increases, and our contracts, our fixed costs, whether they are transportation or utilities, just like they do in your homes, those things increase every year. So level service, same level of service, but there is an increase to that. Well, when our finance director, Andrei Starjevsky, did what we call the payroll rollover, that means we take all of the payroll in the Easton Public Schools, approximately 600 employees, and she rolls them to the next year, includes any lane changes they might have as a result of obtaining a degree or advancing their education, or a step increase for years of service, any contractual obligations, they came out to 5.7%. That doesn't mean that they received a 5.7% COLA because of all those other contractual items that I noted, but it came out to 5.7%. Same people rolled over for next year. And then the increases in those fixed costs that I talked about, very modest expense and operational contracts. Some of them are set, like transportation. We have a multiple year contract. We know how much that's going to be. Others, like utilities, are estimated based on longitudinal data, and that came out to 2.5%. So the total for both, you can see, is 8.2%, or $4,079,362 over this current budget of FY25. What Connor Reed, town administrator, then did with his staff was put in all of the placeholders from the departments, and in his first preliminary memo in February, he noted how this was done. Departments were asked to submit level service requests, and then forecasted that this would result, at the very last line, in a $6.36 million deficit, meaning that departments needed to back out their budgets in order to close that gap. This is an exercise that happens every single year. In fact, some people who have followed this sort of on the fringes in the past know that it's usually been approximately a $1 to $2.5 million deficit annually. And then we go through the process, and in this hearing every year we talk about what we back out to get to that zero, because that is a legal mandate. Sometimes people think that means that the town found money and that's how they went from a $2 million deficit to zero, or have other theories, but it's the same process every year, and it's outlined in our hearing every year, how we back it out to get to, and how the town backs it out to get to a zero. This is the first year any of us have experienced a $6.36 million deficit. And then just like every other year, Town Administrator Reed sends follow-up change memos because fixed costs then come in, contracts are finalized, and numbers that were estimates, some of them can be made more specific. And his most recent memo from March 24th shows that the deficit is now at $2,289,990. Again, not because anything was found, because of nominal changes here and there. We did get health insurance estimates right before this. Those were not available for the February memo, for example. And you can also see reductions that took place on the town side. The school department is a much larger budget than any of the other departments. And it is made up of phenomenal educators who are parts of multiple collective bargaining agreements. And so for us to follow the process of determining where cuts would be, where we would be reducing, and notifying people appropriately, it has taken us longer to get to the point of this evening where we can report out to you where a lot of that has taken place. As we discussed last year, we had anticipated that some of the drivers that caused that 8.2% increase, what drives the costs up so much? We obviously have contractual salary obligations, increased out-of-district special education costs, not the number of students. We're actually reducing the number of students in out-of-district placements, primarily through the programs that we have established in Easton. Administrative legal obligations and compliance, which have, many would say, gotten really out of control in the last 5 years or so. A lot of federal and state mandates that require a tremendous amount of reporting, paperwork, and so on. Our transportation contracts, as I said, grant expirations, GIC health insurance, which we were waiting for, the free reimbursement program for meals, universal breakfast and lunch. We've been very worried about that because it does say in the legislation, pending appropriation, which basically means if we have the money, you will get free lunch and breakfast. And so we're always worried about that because without that program, we do run in a deficit. And our fee structures, we knew that they had been static for a very long time, and we know, for example, that our fee structures for using our facilities or for our programming for students haven't been changed in a long time, and they do not pay for the programs that we assess for. This is how it has transpired to date. We do have a settlement with our 2 largest units. We thank them for their cooperation in that work. It has been ongoing. We literally found out today that that is done, so we appreciate the cooperation between the school committee and our employees. That is our Unit A, which are our teachers and professional support staff and our paraprofessionals. We also have had an increase, to put a number to it. The estimates came in, and we are now 19% in the last 2 years. In the decade prior, combined was an increase of 14%. In 2 years, we had an increase of 19%. The unfunded mandates are honestly incalculable. Our grant expirations, if people are following the news outlets, it is very uncertain for us what's happening. Typically, it's uncertain what happens with federal grants because some of them we don't find out until the summer right before we begin the next school year, and we obviously vote on the budget now. But more than ever before, we are looking very closely at our federal funding. Easton currently has $1.3 million that comes from the federal government. So we are waiting to see what happens with that. Our health insurance came in. We have several plans. They came from a range of 10.5 to 17.2 increase. The free meals, the governor's budget is the only iteration that has come out from the state yet, and the governor has proposed a number that doesn't fully pay for the breakfast and lunch program, as we had feared. Still, of course, has to go through the House, the Senate, Ways and Means, back to the governor. There is a process, but that is a concern. And our fee structures, we have to update them. So that is how it's possible for something to go up 8% when you have increases to some of our very largest budget lines by anywhere from 10 to 19%. And so this is where we are now. We will then break it out to be very much more specific about where reductions are coming from. But this is the prior slide that showed where we were in our request of the town, which just was untenable. And we have, up to today, reduced $3.0 million from our operating budget. We have to pay unemployment and incentives. Again, it is an estimate of what that will be. The incentives we know, but the unemployment depends how many people find another job, how long they're on unemployment. It is an estimate. That is a total reduction of $2.36 million to our budget. That means our request, as of today, and I have draft all over the top because things are, estimates are becoming firm numbers every day. Firm numbers are getting changed depending on different departments in the state and federal government every day. And the needs of our students are changing every day. But as of now, we are at a 3.6% request from the town as opposed to 8.2. Now, I do want to point out that if you're following the change memos from the town, we acknowledge that is $76,741 more than the deficit left at the town level. However, we are looking at a lot of things that are changing. In fact, right before I left my office to come here, I checked the kindergarten numbers as one indicator. Kindergarten enrollment on April 1st of last year was 180 students. Today, we have 213 students in kindergarten. So that shows you how many students sign up over the course of the summer, maybe move in. We have a lot of changes from April to September. So we had 180 last year. As of today, we have 219. students enrolled, including the enrollments today, for kindergarten next year. So a kindergarten class, to be clear, requires a teacher and a paraprofessional, which is more than $76,700. So we will continue to monitor our budget, make small adjustments here and there, but we are, at this point, pausing any further reductions or reduction in force notices until we refine these very, very, very detailed numbers at the very end of doing a budget. We have some transfers that are going to take place. We always have people at the end of a year that move on to a different profession, or perhaps move up and get an administrative position somewhere, or just leave the district. Those are possible still. It's also possible we may get some expenses. However, that is typical. That is regular in a year. That happens every single year. We watch these kindergarten numbers every single year. And so that is why we feel comfortable coming with a draft today saying we will take the full 2 weeks before the school committee vote on the 17th to continue to refine this, but we are pausing as of right now unless something significant should shift. That begs the question, where is the $3.0 million coming from? And so we are going to have the people who are the experts in each area explain that to you, and at the end can field questions from the school committee about that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chrissy Pruitt. I'm the Assistant Superintendent. I do want to thank you all for being here. As you know, this is a very trying time in our district, and I truly appreciate all the interest because this has been a very devastating process. At no means do we ever want to take anything away from our children. I just want to be very, very clear on that. And to watch what we have worked so hard to build be essentially decimated is devastating. So I just wanted to start off by saying that. I'm going to start off by sharing where some reductions are going to be as far as stipends and materials go. We have, in the Easton Public Schools, we have curriculum leaders, which are teacher leaders in preschool through grade 8. They are paid a stipend to help with unit planning, unit writing with their teams, and those stipends will be reduced, and that work will fall primarily on our Director of Instruction, as well as the Assistant Superintendent, where we will have to obviously take on that work because our curriculum leaders will no longer be provided with those stipends. We also have after-school fitness center will no longer be funded at the middle school, as well as our after-school media center. And currently our athletic coordinator stipend, which is currently unfilled, it was a newer position within the past few years to ensure that we could grow our offerings for our middle school students. We will just not fill that position. We did look at our club's activities and sports very, very carefully. And it's very important to note that and I should have prefaced by saying that the school leadership, as well as district leadership, really took time to look at all of this very intently, very purposefully, to make these recommendations on what the cuts would be and then the final decisions. It has been a very collaborative process that has been very valuable, although it's obviously extremely devastating. I won't repeat that a million times, but what we decided as far as the clubs and activities and sports is that it is not value added to make these reductions at this time. As you know, at our high school, our students need these activities, not just for their own mental health and for activities, but also for their job applications, their college resumes, and also for scholarships. As someone who reads for scholarships, I know how important it is to have things on their resumes in order to obtain these scholarships. So that is extremely important to us, as well as understanding that if we cut all of this, kids will stop coming to Oliver Ames specifically, and that will reduce enrollment, which also will reduce the funding that we get from the state. Also, when you look at materials and subscriptions, you'll see some of the things. I also want to preface, last year, we made a substantial reduction in materials and subscriptions to balance our budget last year. That was the first thing that we looked at. So this list, while it may not seem extensive, it is in addition to the cuts that we already made last year. 3 things I want to highlight on our cuts or reductions for materials and subscriptions is our one-to-one device program. We were able to obtain, under very terrible times during the COVID pandemic, the one-to-one devices through federal funding, and we just, now under these budget limitations, it's not sustainable in order to keep up with that program. So the current devices will be turned into carts, and we will not be sending devices home with students. We will not be sending devices home with students from kindergarten through grade 7. Also, as many of you know, we have a program with the Sheep Pasture, which is the Natural Resources Trust of Easton. We have been in communication with Sheep Pasture, and that program, pre-K through 6, will also be eliminated. That is an extremely valuable enrichment program that our students have had, where we have gone to the Sheep Pasture. Our students in pre-K through grade 6 have gone yearly to the Sheep Pasture. The educational experiences that they have enrich our programming. They also have been really extremely valuable in coming to us and providing us with enrichment possibilities for our students to experience outside of the classroom. And also our professional development workshops for staff. We have to limit that budget line, where staff will not be provided with the amount of professional development opportunities outside of school that we traditionally pay for. That will be extremely reduced. The professional development is essential for licensure, for teachers' licensure. They do get professional development points in order to relicense every year, and those opportunities will be limited. Now when we get to the staffing reductions, I just want to preface by stating what our process was when we went through this process. The district and school leadership really examined the programs and services extensively. We've been at the table together hours and hours at end, into the night, really examining and going back and forth, highlighting various areas, changing things around, and as you can imagine, it's been a very detailed process. It's important to know that any reduction is not immediate. The reduction is effective at the end of this year. So if somebody was provided with a reduction in force notification, that they still are employed until the end of the school year in their current position. That is not being eliminated. They do have a job until the end of the school year. And we also tried our best through attrition and incentives to make sure that the number of people affected was as minimal as possible. We were very fortunate in that sense. You'll see the actual number of FTEs, the actual positions, the number of positions you'll see in accordance to the actual people that were provided with notifications. And then the actual reduction process, we did provide advance notification to staff We are very thankful with our unions, the EEA, our SPIA union, in their collaboration. We had private meetings with them to really structure this process and to be very clear with them what the process would be. And through that process, we were able, when the reduction in force letters were provided, to have the union members, the union leadership sitting at the table with us to provide support for the employees. And for that, we are extremely thankful for, because that was a very, very, very valuable asset to have. So at those meetings was central administration, a representative from central admin, the principal, and a union representative together. The staff were supported, information was provided as far as unemployment. Also, the EEA presented information about reduction in force, and so further information was provided to staff. And they also had the option to meet with their union rep. So administration were able to leave the room while the employee was able to meet with their union rep for further support. And they were provided with the option to not return to their duties for the remainder of the day or evening if they had further duties that they were fulfilling. That was an option. It wasn't mandated, obviously, because many employees did go back to their classrooms, which is amazing. Our town social worker was also on site for support throughout the day. So if anybody needed additional support, she was on site, that we could make sure that they were provided with that support. The process that we're in right now is, now with the reductions, we have positions that people will be moved into. We came up with, we provide voluntary transfers first, so that we're currently in this process right now. So any staff member that would like to go into a position that is a professional status teacher, they submit an email to our director of HR, and they will be voluntarily placed into those positions. If no one volunteers for those positions, that's when we have involuntary transfers. And then we relook at everything. We have a reduction of responsibilities. We also, redistribution of responsibilities. Then at the end of the day, there will be positions that will be unfilled because of attrition and because of incentives that were taken, and those positions will be posted as open positions. Okay? So currently, I forwarded that too quickly, sorry. Currently, you'll see that we have a total of full-time employee positions. It are 44.8. That includes half-time positions, paraprofessional positions that might be 0.77, so forth and so on. So that's why all the calculations come up with a decimal. Our RIF notices to date are 18. So you can see how the retirements, the incentives were helpful in this situation. At central office, we have 3 specific reductions. Our office assistant, a data specialist, as well as our special education administrative assistant. You'll also see here we have an out-of-district case manager that is a contracted consultant. This will increase our caseload for our current staff to no longer have this position. As far as the office assistant, data specialist, and special education administrative assistant, what's important to note is that due to these cuts, there will be limited office hours for registration and residency. Right now, it's kind of an open door. Anybody can come whenever, but we will have to limit those office hours. There will be a delayed turnaround with query requests. So right now, we've been very proud to be able to have a quick turnaround with queries. That's when if somebody comes in to volunteer, we run a background check on them, that we have been able to do it within 24 hours. This will not be the case going forward. We'll also have a delayed response in resolution for transportation issues. Right now, those get emailed and responded to. Due to the reduction, it won't be as fast of a process. We also have a distribution of responsibilities As far as our data analysis goes, so state and federal reporting, it's important to know too that there are things that we have to do in accordance to the state and federal laws regarding processes for special education, Title IX, for example, bullying, civil rights. Those obviously, there is a state and federal mandate on that we have to continue those in a specific amount of time. So those do take precedence over some of the other things that we will be having to have a delay in response time. And also a delayed process in our Medicaid billing. So that's a total of 3 positions in total for our central office staff. That is a reduction of 13.6%. I'm now going to turn it over. The way that this is going to go is each building principal will be coming up to share the reductions in their buildings. So Principal Cedarbaum, Blanche James principal, will be coming up next.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for being here. My name is Sam Cedarbaum. I'm the principal at Blanche Ames Elementary School, and I'm going to walk you through the reductions that we made at our building and how they are going to impact us moving forward. So to start, we are looking at the reduction of 3 of our preschool paraprofessionals. Again, as Mrs. Pruitt has said, we've worked really hard to get to the levels that we are at. We are at or above industry standard when it comes to where we are, and this reduction will reduce some of that in-class support for our preschool students, and we will have to reallocate the staff that is remaining to provide those safe learning environments to our youngest learners at the preschool level. We will also not be hiring lunch playground aides next year at Blanche Ames, so those are the staff members that supervise our recess. So that will cause us to potentially have to reduce the number of areas that our students can utilize during recess, and we are going to have to reallocate those duties to current staff members to ensure that students are supervised while they are out at their daily recess. We are also reducing a 0.5 systems tech, and you'll see that across a few schools. And those are the people that help us with all of our technology problems. So when something happens, our staff members fill out a help desk response, a ticket. And so with that happening, as we are sharing system techs across buildings, we'll start to see slower response times when it comes to tickets that have been entered. And we really will only be reactive to things that are happening rather than taking that proactive approach. When things are imminent or coming down the pike, we will purely be reacting to what's happening in the moment. Another item that you're going to see as the other principals come up is a 0.5 nurse position. So across the district as a whole, we will be reducing 2 FTE nurses, so 2 full-time nurses across the district. And so it will be represented in all 4 buildings as they come up and present. And so what this means is that we will work with our nursing coordinator based on student need across the buildings, that we will adequately staff the buildings with the remaining nurses across all of the buildings. So depending on the level and the need of the students, at given points, there could be different levels of nursing staff in each building. You might have 1.5 nurses, you might have 2 nurses, depending on the day, the time, and the level of need of the students that are being serviced. Next, we are reducing 1 section of first grade. If you take a look at that chart, this is reflective of all of our class sizes for next year, including the reductions. As Dr. Cabral mentioned, right now, currently, we are at 219 kindergartners for next year, which again is far higher than we have been at this point in the last few years. Right now, we were looking at 10 sections, but again, as the enrollment climbs, that is something that we keep a close eye on all throughout the summer if we need to add an additional section in that area. So currently, if we remain at 10 sections in kindergarten, that will put our class sizes at 21 or 22 for next year. For grade 1, we're looking at 10 sections there, where we are making a reduction from 11, which will put our class sizes there at 21 or 22. And in second grade, we'll remain at 10, but with a slightly larger class size next year as a whole. That will put our numbers at 22 to 23 per section. Our next reduction is in the area of music. So we are reducing a .4 music teacher at Blanche Ames, and that will impact us as such that our kindergarten students coming in will no longer receive general music as one of their special subjects that they rotate throughout the week. So that will no longer be one of the 5 specials that they visit in kindergarten. We are also reducing our library resource aid, and like the music, that will mean that several groups of students, grade levels, will no longer get to visit the library as a special and take out books from the collection. However, classroom teachers will still have the availability to visit the library with their class to access the collection and still take out materials. And lastly, at Blanche Ames, we have reduced 1 literacy coach position, which will impact both the oversight of our successful intervention program for students. They do a lot of the data analysis and the groupings. They do coaching of our interventionists, and it will also reduce the one-to-one coaching for our teachers. So again, in a building where all of our learners are learning to read, that coaching is invaluable to our teachers, and we will be losing some of that valuable coaching time with the reduction of this position. As you can see on the first slide, that for us is a total of 6.9 positions, or a total of 4.7% of the staff in our building. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Getchell, principal of the Richardson Olmsted School, to go over his list. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Chris Getchell, principal of Richardson Olmsted Elementary School, grades 3 through 5. All right, so I'm going to go through what we are reducing at RO to meet the needs of the budget reduction. We are going to be losing 1 of our 4 office assistants that we have in our school, moving down to 3. If you've ever been to RO, you know there are 2 big offices there. We will keep 1 office assistant in the administrative side and 2 in the main office. And with obviously 1 less person, we're anticipating just slower response times for all the emails, the phone calls, the changes of transportation, and all the clerical responsibilities that these employees do for our teachers every single day. So that is the first reduction. As Sam said, we are reducing 1 systems technician. That translates to 0.5 at our school and 0.5 at BA. Sam has gone over the impact on that. We are also reducing 1 library assistant. However, different than BA, we are anticipating a transfer of another staff member to RO to make that position more into a digital literacy instructional position, changing the way we typically have done library at RO. We had mentioned before about the decrease in one-to-one devices. We are going to make a more concerted effort to use that library time to teach our kids how to search appropriately, how to format their writing, how to be safe online, things like that. We are decreasing a total of 1 paraprofessional at RO due to also decrease in learning specialists, which I'll get to on the next slide, and a decrease in overall sections of our school, which I'll get to on the next slide. As Sam said earlier, we are also reducing lunch playground aides. Currently, we have 8 people that serve as playground aides at our school. They supervise our students at recess. We are going to likely reduce that 8 to 6. And as Sam said, with less people out there, we may have to look at our spacing where kids can go so we can make sure that we are adequately and safely supervising them at all times at recess. And like Sam said, district-wide, we are reducing nurses 2.0, and that translates to a 0.5 at RO. So on a typical day, we'll have one nurse and a half-time nurse there, and that will be fluid as the needs of the building change, as Sam mentioned earlier, throughout the course of the year. in total, just to reference, it's a 10% reduction in staff at RO. Okay, continuing on, I'm going to talk about the class sizes first, and then I'll talk about the positions that you see on the other side of the screen. So at third grade next year, currently we have class sizes of 22 to 23 in third grade. We have an unusually large class of third graders this year. Next year we have an unusually small group of third graders coming up in 2019. So we are actually reducing third grade sections by 3. And that will translate to class sizes projected at this time in third grade of 24 and 25. So in fourth grade, we have that large cohort of 268 that currently are in third going to fourth. We are maintaining 11 sections at this time in fourth grade, which will translate to class sizes of 24 and 25 in fourth. And in fifth grade, we are reducing 1 section, and that will translate to class sizes of 23 and 24 next year in fifth grade. So you can see on the chart the current class sizes and the projected class sizes due to the reductions in sections next year. In addition, we are reducing 1 grade 5 learning specialist. Those are special ed teachers. We will be, currently we have 3 learning specialists serving all of our fifth graders. We are reducing that to 2. And we are also reducing 1 fourth grade specialist, learning specialist or special ed teacher. After those reductions, we will have 2 full-time special ed teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5 next year. With those reductions, our special education teachers will have an increase in their caseloads. We will expect to maintain all services provided in our students' IEPs. However, with less learning specialists, it decreases our placement options for students on special education plans. We know what really works for kids with diverse needs is really consistent and constant collaboration between the special educator teacher and the classroom teacher. It takes a lot of time and common planning for that to work well, so all of our kids have their needs met. So with a reduced number of special ed teachers and classroom teachers, that process becomes more difficult. We had talked about the third grade positions and the fifth grade position, obviously increasing class sizes. We currently have 1.6 PE teachers at RO to provide PE to all our currently 34 of our sections. And we have also been able to do more, I think, more innovative work with PE, with more collaborative type play through a program called Project Adventure, which I know some of you might have experienced before. Builds team building and communication skills in kids when they're at, and teaches them how to work together. So with this elimination, we'll have 1 PE teacher remaining. We'll be able to provide all of our students that are with 1 PE class a week, and I'll have to eliminate that PE2 Project Adventure piece. And we are anticipating a 0.8 music teacher reduction at our school. We will be able to provide all of our students with general music, and this could lead to a possible reduction in instrument lessons that typically begin in 4th grade. We will work closely with the music department head, Mr. Benson, as an administrative team, and we will do our very best with the staff we have to continue. I know it is a very successful and a lot of pride in our music department, and I know that's always begun in 4th grade with instrument lessons. So that is a overview of the way that these cuts look at RO. Thank you.
My name is Luke Carroll. I'm principal at the Easton Middle School. This exercise, or this year, has been one of the more difficult ones in the 2 decades that I've been at the middle school. I've never gone through a reduction of force, anything near like this. So it's been a very challenging time for us at the middle school. The reductions at the middle school are as follows. We're reducing one art teaching position. That will cause an increase in class sizes in our art classes. Oh, I changed. I thought it was somebody else was controlling that. I apologize. Reduction of one art teaching position is going to cause an increase in class sizes in all of our art classes. It's going to cause difficulty in providing art instruction to all 3 grades of students, something that we've always been able to do at the middle school. So not every student will be able to have 3 years of art, and it will increase also our special subjects rotation in grades 6, 7, and 8. All grades will increase class sizes. We also reduced one physical education teacher at the middle school. That's going to cause an increase in class sizes in our phys ed classes to between 28 and 31, depending on the grade level. We're going to decrease 2 paraprofessionals. By decreasing the paraprofessionals, that's going to cause difficulty and reduce placement options for scheduling, which means basically students that need the greatest amount of support are going to have to be condensed into less classes so that we can provide support for their needs. We're reducing one Spanish position at the middle school. That's going to increase Spanish class sizes. It also, in a strange way, increases our French class sizes as well, because we do have one Spanish teacher that does teach one section of French 1A, but we'll no longer be able to provide that, which causes a drastic increase in not just the Spanish classes, but also the size of the French classes as well. We're also reducing a technology teacher that's going to be moving to RO, where that'll cause increased class sizes in the special subjects at the middle school. And as talked about earlier, there is a 0.5 nursing reduction. This is a district reduction that'll be fluid at the middle school. We'll always have at least one nurse, as we've had in the past. Sometimes there may be 2, but it may change depending on the day or even the time of the day. In grade 6, we are reducing 2 grade 6 teachers. What that does, not only does it increase our class sizes to about between 25 and 26 in grade 6, but that also creates or eliminates our opportunity to have our current model of 4-person teams in grade 6. Right now in grades 7 and 8, we are reducing in all our core subject areas 1 teacher. That's 1 math teacher, 1 science teacher, 1 social studies teacher, and 1 ELA teacher. The elimination of at least 1 full team. What that does is that's going to increase class sizes in grade 7 to between 25 and 26. In grade 8, we are currently, this is still a work in progress. It's basically impossible to eliminate a team in grade 8 because it's the largest class in the district by grade level. There's 284 students currently in that grade level. So if we were to reduce that, it would put our class sizes pushing that of 30. And if anybody knows anything about scheduling at the secondary level, electives, combined 7th and 8th grade music, and a variety of other factors can change the numbers. So although you might have a class size average of 29, that could mean one class is 34 and one class is 26. So that's still a work in progress in grade 8. We are still working on that. Currently it sits the way we currently have it structured with 3 teams and 15 total sections at class sizes that would be between 19 and 20. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kelly Kavanaugh. I'm the principal of Olive Reams High School. Just want to reiterate what Mr. Carroll just said, that this has been a really tough year, but I'm very thankful for the staff and the way they've supported each other over these past few weeks. It's been amazing to see. Okay, I'm here to go over the Oliver Ames staffing reductions. So above me, you're going to see that we're reducing by 4 paraprofessionals. Similar to the other grade level buildings, this decrease Although we'll still be able to meet the needs of all of our students who have paraprofessional support in their IEPs, it will reduce our flexibility in scheduling and spreading paraprofessionals across different courses to provide more flexibility in our student scheduling. We have a 0.5 reduction in our school psychologists, which will increase testing responsibilities across other school psychologists. Similar to the other schools, which I will not repeat the details again, but that 0.5 nursing position is also going to impact us at Oliver Ames High School. And then finally, we have a full-time reading specialist position, which has been reduced by 0.4, so it will now be 0.6. This specialist will still be able to meet all the needs of our students on IEPs. However, the intervention support, so supporting struggling students by doing assessments, pushing into their classrooms and giving support to our teachers, and supporting students with reading needs will be decreased this year. Before I switch to the next slide, which discusses the teaching positions, I just think in order to clearly articulate the impact on the high school, I want to make sure we have a common vocabulary. So a course is similar to what you would think a course. U.S. history is a course. English 10 is a course. Marketing is a course. A sections is the number of times that course can be offered during the day. So one year we might have, depending on course enrollment, 9 sections of World 9, and the next year we might have 8, depending on the number of students enrolled. And then electives. Most of our students have core content classes they take each year. And then they have elective options in our elective departments like art, music, business, and applied art. However, when you get into junior and senior year, there are elective options for those core content classes. So when I use those terms, I just want to make sure you understand that in terms of impact. The other piece is that at Oliver Ames, we have 4 different course levels. So similar to, unlike the other grade levels where we can take the number of students and divide it by the number of sections and get course sizes, it's going to fluctuate at OA, and you'll see that in my next slide. I can't guarantee that every class will have 25 students, although that's how I calculated it. We will have some that with much more and much less, depending on what students enroll in and what those course section numbers need to look like. We've worked really, really hard at OA to maintain class sizes and sections over the years and made great gains that allow our students the flexibility to take the courses that they're most interested in. We're confident we're still going to be able to find success with these higher class sizes and fewer sections, but it will impact the options for our students next year. Here's our list of eliminations. So 2 English teaching positions, 1 social studies teaching position, 1 math teaching position, 1 physics, which is a science teacher position, and 1 Spanish teaching position. As I already mentioned, this will increase our class sizes, as you'll see in the chart next to the list here. It will be a reduction in course sections and electives and decrease in student scheduling flexibility. I'd love to give you an example of this real quick. In English this past year, we were able to offer 2 sections of AP language, but both of those sections had just under 20 students. That meant that students who wanted to take AP Lang had 2 different options in their schedule to take it. If that course runs next year with similar numbers, we'll have 1 section. And if that 1 section goes up against another course that a student's interested in, let's say our 1 section of a specific elective, they won't have the choices that they've had in the past in order to have both of those courses. They'll have to choose between one and the other. And these are some of the scheduling impacts that we're going to see next year as we work to give kids the best opportunity to explore their interests at the high school. The other reductions we have is reducing 0.4 music teacher, so a 1.0 music teacher to a 0.6, and a 0.4 art reduction. These are reductions in the electives, so courses outside of those content, Art 1, Art 2, Art 3, band, orchestra, chorus. Those electives will not be offered next year as a result of these reductions. Similar to 8th grade, there's one thing I want to point out on my slide. You're going to see that the science projected class sizes are slightly lower. The reason is that there's 3 specific licenses in science, so similar to 8th grade, if Luke reduced 1 teacher, he wouldn't have teams. If I reduced 1 license, that group would have much higher numbers than others. So we are still examining science to figure out the best way to meet all of our kids' needs and our budget needs in the future.
I'm going to flip back to this previous slide, just to note that we have a total of 12.2 reductions at all Ames High School, and that results in 8.2% of our staff members. All right, I think I covered everything. Thank you guys for your attention.
Good evening, everyone. Craig Davidson, Director of Special Services for the district. I do want to name that this slide is a little bit different than the previous slides that you've seen tonight. We're going to be talking about an expansion within our district and in addition of some staffing that is needed to meet the needs of our current students within the district. I really want to share the why behind that tonight and really dive into what it means to be inclusive and provide the least restrictive environment for our students to be successful within the Easton Public Schools. When we talk about this budget target, it's in the reactive mode. We're looking to make essential decisions that meet the needs of our current students that are enrolled in and outside of our school district. One thing that we're looking at this year is our students within the school district and the level of need that we've seen increase over time, especially since the pandemic. Currently, within our school district, we have students that are going to require an expansion of our therapeutic learning center, where our students are currently enrolled in a full inclusion model at Oliver Ames High School, and the driving force behind the expansion would be meeting their needs in a more restrictive environment in a sub-separate program option. We are also looked at the current enrollment outside of the district and student needs, and have had an increase of students that are being recommended for a return to district. Currently, we don't have the programming that match their level of need within the school district, so the expansion of our therapeutic learning center at the high school would allow some out-of-district students currently to return to our schools and be educated in the least restrictive environment. This matches our strategic plan and also gives the opportunity for our students that are outside the district to be educated with their peers and their neighbors, and we really take pride in that opportunity for our students. Historically at Easton, the students that require more restrictive therapeutic programming have gone from a full inclusion model to an out-of-district placement. I really want to change your focus over to the right and talk about the history and the data behind it. This graph on the right, or breakdown on the right, was shared at a PACE subcommittee meeting in October of 2024, and it shows the progression and the pride that we take in programming within the district from FY15 through FY25. What I really want you to notice is the out-of-district student totals from FY15. We had 51 students placed out of district. What that means is they're in programming placements that are not within the 4 schools that we currently have to meet their needs, their educational needs. At that time in 2014-15, you can see that the out-of-district tuition costs ranged anywhere from $34,000 to $182,000 per placement. That increase over time has doubled, and in some cases, in certain placements, have tripled. We've seen an increase from 2014 to 22 at a 16% increase over time. We got hit after COVID with a 19% increase in a 2-year period. Those costs are really huge driving factors in many districts' total funding and budget plans for the years. From there, we also talk about out-of-district transportation costs. Back in 2015, when we had 51 students placed out of district, our cost was $802,000. You can see that we have 19 less students currently in out-of-district placements, and our cost for transportation at the time was still projecting a higher total. Some costs, even in the few years that I've been here, have almost doubled for some students to be transported out of district. What that means is you see an average cost really double over time in that 10-year period. And what we've strategically done within the Easton Public Schools is create programming that meets the needs of our students to be able to be educated within our school district. When we jump back and we talk about the impact tonight of expanding this program, we really have a few driving factors. One is we would have to increase our current therapeutic staffing to meet the current needs of the students that will be in our Bridge, TLC, and TLC sub-separate component next school year. We would be looking to increase one of our school adjustment counselors, who are currently 0.5 in the district, to a full-time position within Easton Public Schools. The second driving factor is another reorganization of current special education teachers at the high school level. What this means is we have reorganized some of our recommendations for next year with courses, and we are able to utilize one of our current staff members to be able to support the expansion of this program internally. Another factor that we discussed at that PACE meeting back in October is that when we break down the students that are currently enrolled in our programs within the Easton Public Schools, roughly it costs $39,600 to educate a student within one of our programs. What that means is a student that may be pulled out a little bit more often might have a sub-separate need, and so they are not a full inclusion student. That's an average cost per student. Of the current 32 students that are out of district, the average cost to educate the student outside of our walls is $150,517. What we're looking at by the expansion of this program is not only to meet the needs of Easton residents that are currently enrolled in our schools, but also meet the needs of students that are not having that same opportunity to be educated within our four walls. There's a cost savings to the addition of this program where we can support the students and also be fiscally responsible with estimates close to $400,000 for year one.
As we said, the budget is always a moving target because we're constantly looking and assessing our students' needs, and a lot happens particularly over a summer. We have identified what our priorities would be in terms of restorations. If we are able to, this is definitely our priority. There are more priorities, but this is not taking into account if there's any kind of override or anything of that nature. They're not in order, but things that we know that happen every year, any emerging essential services, multilingual learners, special education. I talked about kindergarten, the increasing enrollments, our elementary class sizes. We are extremely uncomfortable with the upper elementary class sizes, and we're keeping a close eye on that. That would be a priority. We don't enjoy having the class sizes you saw on the screen anywhere, but we would start at elementary and move upward. Anything that is a student program, an extracurricular or something that we aren't able to keep, we certainly want to maintain those. And note our facilities. We're extremely concerned about the facilities only because we typically have our major facilities repairs, preventative maintenance done through capital, and we have prioritized as a district, we've been talking about it for a couple of years, our security upgrade project, which the town has supported. And because of that, the only request we are making for the next 2 years is in technology. And that's even with the limited technology that we're going to be going forward with, reducing our one-to-one program. And then any unexpected urgent needs that we have. Certainly, if any of those numbers change in grades 3 to 5, we need to make adjustments. But we're operating purely reactively now because we don't know where the final numbers will fall. And frankly, we don't know what we're getting from the state. We never get the governor's budget, or we never get the final state budget until after town meeting. And so there are adjustments that continue to happen over the course of any year. Before I continue, I just want to make sure that I am extremely thankful to the administrators for their presentation. I know we sound kind of robotic and factual. That's on purpose because this is extremely emotional for all of us, as it is for all of our staff and all of our parents. This is something that none of us ever wants to happen, and we work really hard to keep it from happening. We are among the last of the towns and communities around us, and even in the greater Commonwealth, to have to resort to this. Nobody should be happy about the reductions. None of us are. But we have to work within the restrictions of what we are provided from the state and from the town. Every single reduction that you have seen today was there on purpose. None of that was an extra, fat in a budget, fluff, things we needed to cut anyway. We have been running extremely, extremely lean, and everything in there was fought for by the leadership team and the school committee, and it is devastating to see those things go away. But we are going to rise to the occasion that we always do and provide the very best to the students of Easton with whatever we are provided. But nothing in our budget before today was there by accident. We can cite all of the research and the reasons and passionately explain why we need all of them. But this is our current reality, and we've worked together really hard as a team. Because we have individual speakers, I don't want it to seem as though any one individual person made those decisions. We have been working very closely as a team to get as many lenses as possible on this and preserve as much as we can for our students and for our amazing staff. Please remember that this has been very emotional, certainly for our 18 team members who have either lost their position or had their position reduced. That is heartbreaking. We enthusiastically brought them on board because we knew we needed them. And the staff that is remaining is also in pain. This is going to have an impact on everyone. We are all assuming more responsibilities, whether that's through more students in a class or absorbing the responsibilities of another position. And we will continue to do whatever's needed to offer the best for our kids, for your kids. I wanted to provide a timeline of what's coming next. Tonight, of course, is the school budget hearing. In 2 weeks, the school committee votes on their final budget. Every year, we have an annual joint meeting. We will have the same this year. That is the Select Board, Finance Committee, and School Committee, where all departments present their final budgets. On May 19th, there is an in-person town meeting. And then on June 10th, we believe there will be an override ballot vote. That will only be an override ballot vote if there is it passes for a ballot vote at the May 19th meeting. So there are two really important votes. Regardless of what you are voting, we encourage you to be involved and to take part and vote whatever your conscience is on this topic. But we want you to be aware of those really important dates. And if you're looking for more specific information on any of this, there's actually a website on the town override. There's also the PACE website that has everything you could possibly imagine on it. The Easton Public Schools budget and past meetings are all, as I said, on our business office page. And the Town of Easton has the Town of Easton budget with all of the updated budget memos and so forth on their page. And I want to echo the thanks to everyone who has worked together really to get through this entire process, whether you were a person who had to deliver really difficult information, be part of the decision-making process, whether you were affected or whether you are a supportive colleague. We appreciate every member of the team, and we thank you very much for all that you're doing for our kids and for each other. We will continue to be here to support you and keep you informed on this process with whatever changes may happen going forward. But I do want to repeat that for our employees, we now have a pause on any further reductions, and will only continue to reduce if any fluctuations in the state budget or the town budget requires us to make any other changes. And at this time, I'll turn it over to the school committee for their questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cabral, and all of the presenters. That was probably a lot more difficult for you to deliver than it was for us to hear. And hearing it was very painful and very difficult, despite knowing that it's all coming. So I just want to thank you again for all of the work that went into putting all of that material together for the committee and for the public. So with that, committee members? Okay. Lauren, do you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you. Like Jen said, to all the presenters. I know that wasn't easy to deliver and it wasn't easy to listen to. So thank you. I did have a question on the chart that's on all of the schools, the part in red that is if budget decreases further. Can someone give more context to what that means exactly?
So I'll jump in for them. We have been compiling this all along. If we have to reduce our budget further, this is what it would mean if there were another section reduced in each area. Whether that is this year for any reason, which we're hoping, we are pausing for a reason right now, or next year, if we need to reduce again next year. That would give a sense of what further reductions in sections would mean.
So regardless of an override, passes or not, that is not necessarily what the red means.
No, that has nothing to do with an override. This budget is entirely based on our current finance situation with no override. So if there is no override, yes, absolutely. I think we can expect at least those numbers, if not more. But we have not prepared an override budget for the April 29th meeting. We are all being asked to prepare an alternative budget, but we don't have that figure yet, so we can't create a budget until we have a number that we are quote-unquote shooting for. So we don't have that yet. So this entire presentation is without an override.
Thank you. Can I ask another question? So my other question, I think, particularly goes to RO. So if the one-to-one program is getting reduced, but also paper and ink, not really sure how that works. So, because if they're not going to have the technology to look on their screens, they'll need handouts. So, what is the plan?
Could be all body language.
They need to hear you. Sorry.
The offer was sign language for anyone who was
Good question. We do have a paper and ink budget. We are cutting it back.
No, right.
So it's not like we're going to be without paper. We're just going to have to be more judicious on how we use it. We've also cut back on color ink, which is incredibly expensive, more than you would think. One tube of maroon is like $330. So we're reducing the amount of color we print, but we will maintain a paper budget and an ink budget. We are going to be teaching our students how to use technology. We're not eliminating technology. It's just a one-to-one. So when they go to their library, we will also have technology available in classrooms as well. But the one-to-one in the backpack going home and back every day is going to be eliminated.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
If I can just add, as I said when we talked about the one-to-one reduction of the devices, those current devices will be turned into carts. So so there will be carts of Chromebooks. Back to pre-pandemic, we had this situation in place then where each class will have availability of usage of Chromebooks within utilizing a cart.
Thank you.
May I ask a related question, just because it's on that topic? So students today in EMS in 6th and 7th grade will have homework assignments that will be completed on Google Classroom. Are we moving away from Google Classroom as an option for those 6th and 7th graders? Or is there an expectation that they have access to do some of this work online at home? How are we sort of managing that component?
In case I didn't understand the question, I just want to make sure, because I don't hear all that well, in case you didn't know, but I think the question was Google Classroom in grade 6 and grade 7, and how would we handle that without having students with one-on-one?
Correct, thank you.
Right now the plan is to have 12 different carts that can be signed out by the individual teams, classes, as well as even special subjects. So students will still have access to the Chromebooks certainly during the school day. They'll have access to their own Google Classroom during the school day, but I would imagine we'd be limiting the assignments for homework when they go home to be done on Google Classroom. It might just be more traditional like we used to do pre-pandemic, but everything will be just more cart-based. Students in 8th grade, however, those students, the expectation, they'll have their Chromebooks and they'll be really getting ready to use them more and treat them well and bring them home. We're finding that a lot of our 6th and 7th graders don't take as good a care of their Chromebooks as you would like, and therefore we go through a lot of Chromebooks that are unnecessary.
So to confirm what I heard, the 6th and 7th graders will not have the same amount of Google Classroom homework, so that they will not need to use the devices at home. My concern is students who may not have access to a device at home and their ability to complete homework assignments.
Yeah, we wouldn't be assigning homework in Google Classroom. We would still be able to use Google Classroom during the school day, though.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, just to add to that, so we will have, I'm Livia Ramos, Director of Instructional Technology, just to add to the conversation. So for those students who do require a Chromebook at home for particular assignments, and there is hardship and they are not able to have access to a device at home, we will have a process for them being able to request and sign out devices. We're not going to obviously take them completely away, but they won't be handed out to every single student.
Thank you, that addresses my concern. I was concerned about students who didn't have the equity access. Thank you. Sorry to steal your questions, Lauren, but it was related, so I thought it was relevant to do.
Just one last. Okay. Mrs. Kavanaugh, can you please, I think you said it, I just missed it. With the music and the .4 music and art teacher position reduced, what is going to be offered in art and music?
That's a great question. So it will depend on, so every year when we do course enrollments, we look at the number of students who requested courses. So we will keep our main core content, so art 1 through 4. We will also keep orchestra, concert band, and choir, chorus. The other electives, music tech, ceramics, sculpture, digital imaging, guitar, those will depend on whether or not we have enough students enrolled to run the course.
And how many students defines enough?
Well, I guess it depends. All of it is dependent on how many sections we need to run of band, chorus, and orchestra. So if we have 50 students enrolled in orchestra, we might split that into 2 sections, which means there's one less elective. We can't offer guitar. If there's 22 in orchestra, we can run 1 section of orchestra, and we could run guitar. Does that make sense? And if you have more questions, I'm happy to come update you as we go through course enrollment numbers and what we're actually looking at and the impact on electives.
Okay. Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question on that? Do you foresee any electives just being, before you know about course enrollment, do you foresee just eliminating any electives, or are you going to wait until you see course?
We'll wait until we see course enrollments. My prediction would be art and music and some of the senior electives in social studies and English will probably be reduced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Jackie? Thank you all for coming. I just want to make a brief statement first, and I'm going to read it so that I can get through it. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. You all answered a lot of the questions I had. I've been on the school committee now for several years. During that time, we have all worked to move the district forward. We've reduced class sizes. We hired nurses and clinical staff to support our students. We added after-school clubs and sports to address different student interests. We brought special education programs into the district to bring back outplaced students. We were making sure to meet our reporting requirements and making sure our educators are supportive. Both Dr. Cabral and Town Administrator Connor Reed have warned for years that a budget crisis was coming, and it is here. It's just unbelievable to me that so many of our advances will be wiped out in one budget cycle. My heart goes out to the members of our school community who have lost their jobs or who have had their hours reduced. It's just not fair, and I wish we weren't here. All right, so now my questions. Dr. Cabral, the reduction numbers that you talked about, does that take into account the retirement incentives and the positions that were just not filled?
So do you mean the total FTE, or do you mean the total FTE? Yes, the reason why 18 people were affected, whether their job was reduced from a 1.0 to 0.8, 0.6, for example, or whether the position was eliminated, from 44.81 is because the remaining number, it was all through retirements, resignations, and we also did a really robust incentive program. The incentive program does require an incentive payment, otherwise it's not an incentive. However, it is a savings. So incentives are only offered to most senior staff who have been in the district for a certain amount of years. They're at a certain step, and only if it's beneficial to them. It's not someone who would have been reduced. It becomes a win-win if it works out for that person, that the incentive is an incentive for them to resign, whether they resign to pursue something else or resign for the purposes of retirement. So it is ultimately a savings, but also it helps us reduce the impact on the individuals who are affected, because they are on their own accord resigning, as opposed to someone being reduced. So that's why everything had to happen and is happening in a very structured order. We did incentives, and then we reallocated everyone, even reallocated what positions may be eliminated to see if we could move things around and preserve as many of our employees from being affected as possible. So 44.81 positions, FTE, have been reduced from our budget, and after all of those other movements, resignations, and so on, 18 people were affected.
Do you know how many incentives were taken?
22.
And where the money that's given for the incentives, where is that coming from?
That's part of our budget.
In part of your budget, you talk about leveraging grants and revolving accounts. Can you just explain that a little bit, please?
Sure. So we, for example, I'll continue with the kindergarten example because it's fresh. We are working on that literally 5 minutes before coming here today. We were talking about it. We have certain revolving accounts. For example, we have a kindergarten revolving account. Should we need, in our revolving accounts and grants have very, very specific purposes by law. You cannot use them for just anything. And so, for example, the kindergarten revolving account, knowing that we were coming into this situation, we, first of all, you can only spend it on kindergarten. So we have a revolving account. I don't know the total offhand, but we have that account from when people were paying tuition into the kindergarten account. So there is no more money coming into that account. So it is a finite amount of money. You really don't want to hire a bunch of people with it because, as I said, it's a finite amount of money. It doesn't get replenished at all. And now that we don't have kindergarten tuition, it's not going to be replenished at all. But we do have, and the reason why we say we're pausing, even though we may need one or more sections of kindergarten, we could use the revolving account for a kindergarten teacher and paraprofessional, which would be necessary for a class. And so we keep those things in mind as well, because we don't want to overcut the budget for something that might happen that hasn't happened yet and reduce staff unnecessarily. And we don't want to pad our budget, but we do need the opportunity to have that for kindergarten. So when I say we're leveraging those things, we are taking all of that into consideration. We also, for example, have a food service revolving account. We were feeling very confident that if not now, at some point, there would not be enough funding for that program. And as we're seeing in the preliminary budget, there is going to be a deficit unless that changes before it's finalized. That would need to come from that. But again, we've been leveraging those for some time, knowing that they only get us so far. They're not operational in nature, meaning they go from year to year. And so we are watching all those things very carefully.
The reduction in the nurses, is that going to put us below recommended standards?
No, there is a recommendation by the Nurses Association of, it's a metric, a certain number of students, a certain number of nurses, for every 500 students, and then you add incrementally by that. For the number of students in our schools, in our population, we need 6.7. We will still have 6 full-time RNs. We have 1 full-time LPN, and we have our nurse coordinator who is an RN that will even be able to pick up some duties. So we are still meeting the levels. Now, I want to make sure that people understand that didn't mean that we had extra nurses. We consciously have been adding nurses because we want to make sure that we are proactive in our level of care with our students. We want to make sure that with the level of diabetics we have, that they are closely monitored. So we are above that, but again, it delays perhaps time on certainly not responding to a diabetic, but other things like responding to a parent or completing some paperwork, maybe perhaps, ordering their supplies. It does do that, but we are above, it is just a recommendation, but we are still above it. But like I said, everything we've added was on purpose because we feel like it's the very best for our kids.
Will the reductions affect the district's ability to implement requirements of IEPs and 504s?
IEPs and 504s are again mandated by law. And so, no, it will not affect that. We will need to meet all of our services. However, as I said, we will look at other things that will be seen as perhaps a delay in services to people that are not state mandated, because we have to absorb responsibilities of perhaps other departments and other people, and people need to understand that there will be a different level of response time and perhaps things that people have known to come to expect from our very responsive staff. But we will meet all legal obligations.
You said some software licenses are not being renewed. Is that going to affect our curriculum at all?
We have had the principals assess at their schools what they absolutely need for their curriculum, and so it will not. But there are some very useful tools that people have been using that, because they're a recurring cost year after year, it's not a one-time purchase, we do have to scale back on them.
Now, I'm a little confused about the lunch and playground aids. Are they being eliminated completely or reduced? And who's going to take up that slack?
So they're yearly hires. So we just won't hire lunch playground aides at Blanche Ames next year. I would turn it over to Mr. Cedarbaum, but I don't know that he's done that yet, because that's part of his assignments that he does with his staff at his school. They feel confident that it can be accomplished, and we feel confident in supporting them. If you want to speak to it, you certainly can, but we don't, that would not happen until next school year.
And the increased reporting requirements that you talked about for allegations of bullying, civil rights violations, and other, so since you're reducing some of the clerical staff in central office, were they responsible for some of that, or was it just administrators? And who's going to be making sure that all of our reporting is being done in?
So we were reducing a clerical position, but we're also reducing secretarial and data analyst. Yes, it all needs to be absorbed. We looked very carefully at who could do what. For example, I'll look at Ms. Ramus here, the director of IT that you heard from earlier. Just that one department has many reporting requirements. Certainly, we can put together lists if you want them, but it's a great deal of reporting every year. They have a huge impact on what we receive for funding. It has a huge impact on if we are cited. It has a huge impact on if we have corrective action. And then it supports the use of all parents, students, and faculty, meaning the Aspen X2 system. So now that we are looking at how do we continue instructional technology, the infrastructure, which, again, things that people mostly are not aware of. We have cyber attacks every single day on our system from foreign countries, from within our own country. They are on top of them. They will stay on top of things like that. They will also stay on top of reporting. However, the position of the data analyst cannot take on that part of Ms. Ramus's job. But Ms. Ramus, with extreme difficulty, can take on the other person's full-time job. And so we are combining positions in central admin. Each central administrator is assigned by the state to do certain functions, and there isn't a support staff or any other staff that can do that. Certain grants, certain reporting, certain laws require a particular role to complete it, to testify to it, to sometimes go to court for it, to go to hearings at the State House, and the support staff can't take on that responsibility, but the other staff will have to take on that responsibility. It will be a lot of delays in things that people probably don't realize are going to be delays now, and probably not until next year. It's usually not until you don't have something that you realize it was kind of happening behind the scenes. So that is something that people can expect to see next year for sure.
And when will we be discussing fees?
So our Director of Operations and Facilities has put together that list. He gave a preliminary presentation on it, and of course there were some really good questions and feedback on it, so he's working on it, and I don't know if it'll be at the 17th meeting or the one after that, but it will be coming soon because a lot of research had to be done to address the questions that were brought up.
Are we also going to be talking about activities and transportation fees?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Getchell, can I ask you a question? Sure. Are you still going to be able to do the partner teaching for 4th and 5th grade? Are you still anticipating that? Switch teachers? Is that, yeah.
So in 4th and 5th grade, we have teams. Some teams, we have some self-contained classrooms. So in terms of, take a team, the Miss Pastore and Miss St. Martin team, that will still happen.
Okay.
And we have some self-contained classrooms. That is unchanged.
Okay.
And we try, the heart of great instruction is collaboration with all the adults that work with the kids.
Yeah.
So that is really a really important thing to us. The reduction of learning specialists and classroom teachers just makes it a bit more challenging to have that collaborative work on a daily basis.
Okay.
So we still have those learning specialists and classroom teachers in place, we just have fewer of them.
Okay.
So we will partner with each other as much as we possibly can. It's just more limited now that we have less people.
And what about your what I need block? Is this getting affected at all?
It may. We really want to wait till the budget is finalized in May at town meeting to know that we have hard numbers. We know exactly who we're working with.
Okay.
And then when open positions, as Dr. Garral said, come out, when we start looking for those people to fill those positions, I feel like we need those pieces in place before we talk about the structural pieces of a win block.
Okay.
It's been very effective. We want to keep it.
No,
but,
I love that. I think that's a great idea.
But we have to wait until I think the budget is finalized.
Okay.
And maybe we start hiring to look at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Carroll? Hi. Just one question. Are these reductions going to affect how you run your focus block?
Obviously, we have priorities at the middle school, whether it be teaming, whether it be the focus block. Those continue to be a priority for us. There's a lot unknown. We haven't gone through course selection process as of yet. We really need to have, as Chris said, those numbers to really know what we can do. I'm not even sure, based on based on our current teaming model, I know things are going to look very different. Mm-hmm. But it's hard to say now without those numbers. Cuts even in a different building because of bumping can impact other schools. Cuts that I make in a program can impact the high school. Cuts the high school make can impact us. In the music program, for instance, the cuts have greatly impacted the current 2 music teachers that we have in the middle school. That is scary to me because if that means that's an elective, that means more students choose not to participate in chorus and band and orchestra. Then we're going to have an overwhelming number of students in the special subjects rotation, which we rely on larger numbers in music to be able to take that. So a lot of questions like that are really unknown until we get to those final numbers, until we get through course selection process, and then we'll know for sure. But focus period, as is teaming at the middle school level, is a priority of ours. We'll do everything we can to preserve that.
Okay. And with the elimination of a team, how do you do that? Do you just kind of reshuffle all of the Seems like a very complicated...
It's a complicated question to answer. There are a few different versions, and I have to sort of wait for those final numbers. In grade 6, it could be a combination of going down to 2 4-person teams and a 2-person team, or 5 2-person teams. In grade 7, it could be 2 teams with class sizes around 25, or 2.5 teams with 1 team split between 7th and 8th grade, which raises the class sizes in grade 8 and lowers them in grade 7. So I have a number of different versions in my head, but I also have a really strong leadership team that I'm working with, as well as a faculty senate that will, once we have those final numbers, we'll sit down and we'll go through and see what we can provide for the students. We'll try to provide the best we can for them, but a lot of it is unknown.
And do we still have the late bus?
The late bus is still currently in the budget. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I think I'm done. Thank you. Okay, Nancy or Kelly?
Okay. So Jackie asked a lot of the questions. But I do want to say, welcome back, Jackie. She's here. Yay. And Mr. in our row. And the only other thing that I'm looking forward to hearing your questions, and I'm so glad that everybody's here tonight, or a lot of you. I do want to take us back in history to Proposition 2.5. So if you think 18 RIFs is tough, back in the day, there were a lot more. And a lot of people never came back. But then, a lot did. So, like half and half. So I guess my thing is, this is tough. Next year is going to be tough. I mean, it's everywhere. But I think as educators, you will all come back through this. You're still going to be the finest teachers to your students that you can possibly be. And I believe the team has really worked hard in trying to get this to work. And, you're talking about a lot of money that is needed here. So hopefully in the next few weeks, things will work out. And maybe the state will decide to give us $300 per student. Okay? Keep playing the lottery. Anyway, I just want to thank everybody, and especially my folks here, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like what you put out in the general ether. Maybe it'll come back to us. It's $300 per student. We keep floating the idea. I didn't write my statement out like Jackie did, which was brilliant. This is hard. It's really, really hard. And we only know about positions. I hear through children, rumor mill, names of people, and it breaks my heart every time. There are amazing people that got terrible news last week, and it is not something that we take lightly. I was sick to my stomach all day knowing what was going on, and it's not taken lightly. It's not taken lightly when I see class sizes going up, and it's actually for the staff more than the kids, because I don't think the kids will feel it. I know the kids won't feel it because so many people step up and fill the gaps, but I also realize that that's a lot, and it's not easy. I ask all the parents watching to lean in to help. I ask everyone to understand and operate with grace and compassion during a really hard time for everyone. This is not a simple problem to solve, and I know that the staff has been working really hard, and I looked through all of the messaging for equity, for fairness, as much as there are people behind all of it. So I have some questions, but I just ask everyone who's watching to send a note to thank your staff, to thank your teachers, to show up with grace and compassion during a really hard time. It is not lost on me that there are really negative comments on social media, that there is some sort of space that we have that we don't have. And the people who are seeing that are the people who are working hard. I don't care about me. I care about all of you. So please just remember to operate in that fashion, because this is not easy, and it is hard on everyone. For those of you who remain, it's hard. For those of you who have to leave, it's hard. It's just hard. With that, I do have a few questions. There are a couple of things that I think I have asked and tried to understand along the way, but those who are watching may not. And a couple of things I actually just have specific questions on. So if I may, Dr. Kroll, can you just explain how seniority and experience impacts those who are RIFT versus those who remain? Because I'm not sure everyone who's viewing may understand how a certain person was selected or not in the process.
Well, that's a little bit complicated because we have 6 bargaining units and a lot of individual contracts. I can say that all of that language is on our website under the staff or faculty tab under contracts. And I would encourage people to look at that because it is a bit different for every unit. So it depends which unit, it depends if they have if it's unit A, it depends if they have professional teaching status or not, which is having gone into their 4th year of employment with us. But we did make sure that we met with the leadership of of the 6 units and wanted to make sure we were, in addition to being compassionate and thoughtful and thorough, we wanted to be meticulously accurate and make sure that we followed everything exactly as outlined in the contract. And we were able to do that thanks to the collaboration with those folks and the leadership team.
Thank you. Can you clarify on the incentives question that Jackie asked earlier? The cost comes from the budget. However, had we not offered incentives, what would have been the financial implication of that?
It would have been more reductions of staff. It would have been more reductions of staff because we would have needed to free up more positions. Where in this case, if you have to reduce a junior staff member who's at the lower end of the pay scale, but it works for someone at the higher end of the pay scale to leave at this time, and the incentive is helpful, then the incentive is far less than the difference between those 2 salaries. And so just that, even if there was someone who left a position that we now need to fill, because we don't know if we'll have somebody who wants the position or is able to go into the position, again, we don't hire the most senior person, so there is a savings there. So we would have had to reduce more positions. We were hoping to get maybe 10. The fact that we got 22 was helpful, not only because that were potentially 22 people who weren't involuntarily affected, but also saved us a great amount of money. So while the cost of the incentive is a cost, it's not an additional cost to the budget. It's actually just taken off of the savings of what happened when that person left.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think in many ways, Jackie sort of touched on this, but I just want to go back to it for a moment. Do we feel that there are any compliance risks that we will face given the changes that we have to make in terms of any of the components? Because I realize there are a great number of things that we have to cover for both state and federal needs. Is there any compliance risks?
If you're talking about special education, I can have Director Davidson speak to that. If you're talking about our legal and statutory requirements, of course we need to complete them. That is on the administration. We will get that done, but we will get that done first. And that's why I'm saying there may be a lot of other reduced things that people see on a regular basis, response times, all the things that were listed, that and more, because, for example, I go back to my example of Ms. Ramos. She has to now absorb what was clearly a full-time position. The most salient parts of that have to do with regulations and laws she has to take, and then she has to take the most salient part of her job and make sure we don't have infrastructure issues, we're up and running all the time. I understand occasionally we have a shutdown of the internet, but that's an example of something that people expect to be there because somebody behind the scenes is doing it, that if there's a deadline for civil rights reporting, that has to be done first. So that's an example of something that may be delayed, or somebody needs some help with software or something of that nature. So we have to recalibrate basically everything. But of course, the mandates are the #1 priority, and so those will get done first. And so that's why we expect so many other things are going to be affected, including potentially reducing central office hours and taking people in. May have to be at reduced time. There are a lot of things that we're trying to work on and figure out how we can keep as high a level service as possible, but we have to meet our obligations. There's no choice on that. We would lose even more funding. We would not have grants to have amendments. We would not have our policies changed to meet the laws. Opens us, individual employees and the town, for an enormous amount of litigation and fines. These are things we work on every day that absolutely must be maintained. Did you want to speak to the?
I think that it was clarified earlier on the IEP piece. So I was trying to understand more of the legal obligations and where we could be at risk, because that obviously exposes us to a different financial responsibility as well. Another question I had, I believe we've discussed this at a prior school committee meeting, but the free meal program. So if the state is not funding that, will we have to step in to provide that because of state obligations, and that will cause another impact to us?
We do anticipate, depending on how much it's reduced, that it will be a deficit. So prior to receiving notification, I think last year or the year before, we got the notification literally at the end of August. So we had to be prepared, and so we did an exercise with our food service management to determine how much it would cost the district if we weren't getting the reimbursement from the government. And at that time, which is a year and a half, over a year ago, it was a $225,000 deficit if we received none of the funding. The first pass at the governor's budget has reduced funding, so we are waiting anxiously to see where that goes. Will it stay there? Will it be reinstated, or will it be cut even altogether? But that figure is now dated, so we will be looking at that again, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. You make money in a food service program by offering multiple options that students want. You also have to have competitive prices, which our prices haven't been updated in quite a while because we try to make them accessible. So you have to increase prices, and then you also have to increase offerings, which is very difficult to do when you have limited staff, which is what we have right now. So there's a tipping point at where you just are going to lose money. The only way to have a truly in the positive food service program is to have everything the kids want, have all the things that are high labor, like a salad bar or a sandwich bar, where they have to actually make it for the students. You need more people for that. So it's a balancing act, but we do anticipate if it is not fully funded, it will be a deficit. We just don't know how much until the final budget comes out.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. On the priority list, I noticed that I didn't see some of the restoring the electives. So you had noted priority restorations around the class sizes, obviously understandable. The emerging essential services, completely understandable. Some of the student programs, you had noted clubs and activities. Do some of the art and music areas where we've had to make cuts also fall into that priority list?
Programs would include that, but only if the class sizes are high enough. And what we mean by that is we have been able to, in the past, again, on purpose, provide really robust programming for all the different interests of our students. And so we could run, for example, a guitar class with 6 students in it. We're not in a financial position to do that. We can't have 24 kids in an elementary classroom and 6 in a guitar lesson. We can't do that. So it depends how many students sign up. If 20 signed up, 25 signed up, that would be different. But as Ms. Kavanaugh said before, it depends on the student interest. So this is all, we're not trying to rip things away from kids. It's just, it's impossible to justify class sizes of that level when they're increasing across the board for all content areas. It just doesn't make financial sense. Of course, we want it, and we want the lowest possible class sizes, but we have to work within what we are given, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. It is not, I guess, lost on me, but not entirely clear how it gets managed. And so I don't know if this is more of a question for Principal Ketchel or yourself, but we have a large number of kids in 3rd grade that's moving to be a large number of kids in 4th grade who are going to continue to be, in theory, unless some leave the district, a large number of kids in 5th grade. So how does that bubble group, which we saw with the kids who were born in 2000, who graduated a few years ago, for those of you who had kids that age. How do we manage that bubble group as they continue to move through the school so that we can accommodate the teachers moving through those processes?
So that's not unique to this year.
Yep.
Every year, the teachers, predominantly in grades 1 through 5, there is typically movement every single year, at least one person. Because what we do is we look at the enrollment of all of the classes and those bubbles. So some go up, some go down, and so we make those adjustments every year. We would not, and we have been doing that because we have been trying to be fiscally responsible. If a class size is going to be down to 15, but in 1st grade, and a 2nd grade class is going to be 25, we would move a 2nd grade teacher to 1st grade, or, we balance those numbers every year. So that's not a new exercise. We do that every year.
And then a more specific question, I guess, for the Blanche James kids who are going to not have the library support that they had before. Will all teachers be taking kids to the library? I know it's an option for them to take, but is that an expectation that all kids will go to the library in grades 1 and 2? I know kindergartners don't go today. Will we expect that they all go at some point to have a chance to take out books?
It will not be a requirement, so that'll be teacher preference, and that'll be an option that will be made available, that it's there, that they can go, but it will not be a requirement that all classes attend the library.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of my questions.
Okay. Any follow-up questions from school committee members? Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You guys have actually covered.
Okay.
You've been quite thorough for you, Joe.
I understand this probably is not going to be a popular question or popular statement, but I saw in the news that another town this week, school committee voted to take away free kindergarten. Is that a consideration that we've thought of? Is it a benefit to our budget?
So we have worked for a long time to get paramount amongst to be free and accessible to all. Paramount amongst our discussions has been equity for all of our students and making sure that they're included and get equal access to education. And so if we go by our strategic plan, and if we go by the charge that we've given by the school committee and the goals that they have set, and we go by our commitment that we have worked to get to that point, then we have not yet considered that for those reasons.
Thank you.
There is current legislation, if you're going to get to the legislative side of it, there has been legislation for quite some time to make school districts make kindergarten free, and there's a map that I have shown in the past that is done annually that shows the districts that provide free full kindergarten, and there are very few left that don't, and so we expect that that will be coming anytime. If we were to charge tuition and then needed to eliminate that, we would not be able to make that kind of a cut in 1 year, especially in addition to all of this. There's actually legislation now that is being entertained by our officials to require us to provide pre-K for free, which we don't currently do. But that is not yet a mandate.
So I'll just add to that, as Dr. Cabral's explained for years over the kindergarten question, also if we charge tuition for kindergarten, it reduces our our cost per student in the state funding formula, which reduces the amount of state aid that we get. So there is a financial consideration on the other side of that, that once you charge tuition, you're only credited for half of a kindergarten student, no matter how much you're charging. I did have a question about fees, and I think it would just be helpful if you could explain a little bit about why the fee question isn't a core consideration in the operating budget, given where fees collected are allowed to go in terms of revolving accounts, etc. I know you explained that to us recently, and it was very helpful.
So the fees that are collected for things like participating in sports, I'll use that as an example. The fees that are collected do not pay the full cost of the transportation officials, uniforms, coach stipends, etc. And they don't come into our operating budget. They go into an athletic revolving account. So that money comes from a very specific purpose and can only be used for a very specific purpose. You can't use it for anything else but the athletic program. So we can't leverage that in another area. But also, we do try to make it accessible. As we said, it's important for the mental health of our students. It's important for the physical health of our students. It is an important component for learning teamwork and camaraderie and sacrifice. I know everybody knows this, but those are the things that we are trying to preserve, and already it doesn't pay for it. There is a very delicate balancing act between what you can charge and then making it not accessible for families for their students to participate. So we are just walking that line right now and determining what the charges will be.
Thank you. Yep, thanks. Okay, any other questions or comments from committee members before we take audience remarks or questions? Okay, great. All right, thank you everybody for really thoughtful questions. Okay, if somebody can somebody hand me the sign-up sheet? I believe I've seen some signatures in. Oh. Helpful even outside of PACE. And I'll pass this back just so in case folks, after your hearing, if you'd like to come up and speak, we'll certainly take more names. So as mentioned, when you go to the microphone, please be prepared with your name and address before you begin your remarks. And the time limit for individual remarks is 1 minute. I'm sorry, 3 minutes. If you have additional remarks that you're not able to fit in, please feel free to email them to the school committee for our consideration. We are not voting on the budget until our meeting that occurs 2 weeks from now, so there'll be time for us to consider additional feedback or questions from the public during that time period. So first on the list, Piper, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name. Is it Jornales?
Yes.
All right, great. Okay. How I've said it in my head for years is actually how it's pronounced. Great.
Oh, sorry. Usually it's journals, so I do appreciate it. Hi, my name is Piper Jornales. I'm at 1 Susan Road in Easton. I am the communications co-chair of Tempo, but I'm here today in my capacity as a band mom, not a Tempo representative. You've probably all seen me here holding the door for concerts when they are here, or running snack bars when we have concerts here. And I'm sure people are expecting me to beg you guys not to cut music programs and convince you that the music programs are the most important and therefore deserve less cutting than other groups. But being in this building as much as I am, I not only see the music programs that are here, I see all the programs that are here. I see the basketball kids doing their thing. I see the robotics kids doing their thing. I see the football kids doing their thing, the wrestling kids. I see all of it. Just because I'm a band mom doesn't mean that I don't see all of your kids in all of these activities thriving. And it kills me that everybody's getting gutted. I see how all these programs are valuable, and I see how all of our children thrive in these various environments. My kid is not a sports kid, never has been a sports kid. But that doesn't mean I want athletic programs cut in order to keep music programs. Because I see your kid thriving in those athletic programs, just like you see my kid thriving in the music programs. And that's just it. I feel like the school committee has been put in an impossible position. Due to poor planning of this town, you guys are the ones forced to make the cuts and face the wrath of this community before the town does. Everyone is upset that their kid's program is getting cut. And it's setting parents up against each other, and it's setting programs up against each other. And that's not right. We should all be working together. We should be working with the school committee to find out how to fix this situation together as a community. We all want the same thing. We want a robust and high-quality education for our kids. But our question is, how do we get there from here, where we are right now? I know a lot of people have talked about the override coming up, whether or not it's a good idea, a bad idea. Some people I've seen that have said that voting yes for the override would reward the town administration for doing a poor job of planning and putting us in this position, and doing a poor job of planning for the sustainability of funds year after year, because we are in the red year after year. But this is our reality now. We're already here. The budget's already blown. In fact, it looks like it gets blown every year. And now we have to make tough decisions. I don't blame the school committee for having to make these cuts. It actually seems like the town has set you guys up for failure in the hopes that the town ire will be placed at you and not the town select committee or the finance committee or whoever it is who has made the decisions to get us to the place where we are here today. So my question to the committee is, how can we as parents in the community help you? What does the school committee feel that the town needs to change in order to not keep going in the red, so we're not here year after year trying to figure out what needs to be cut in order to make the budget balance? This happens every single year. How can we help make the situation better in the immediate future and more sustainable going forward as a community? Thank you.
Thank you. I imagine the school, I know I have a response, but we'll wait to hear from the public, and then the school committee will have an opportunity to make any further statements before we move ahead in the agenda. Okay, so next up, let's see, Gary Erickson. Mr. Erickson?
You'll have to forgive me. Oh, Gary Erickson, Sheridan Street. You'll have to forgive me. I didn't prepare anything ahead of time, and I am much better when I'm prepared. So if I seem kind of all over the place, I was scribbling notes and things to say and respond to, so bear with me. I'm a parent of 2 children here in Easton, currently 5th grade and 7th grade. I met my wife here. I grew up in Easton. This building means a lot to me. This town means a lot to me. This profession means a lot to me. I'm a civics teacher by trade. Today we're going through the current budget proposal from Mr. Reed, and the students were reacting to cuts that are going to be made. These are good cuts. These are cuts I wouldn't make if I were town administrator. So I'm invested. I invest my students in this process. As a teacher of local government, I feel a great admiration for my elected officials. I do want to thank building administration for the tough task that you were asked to do. Really, the responsibility of school committee is to represent the town, but in particular, its students. And I have to say, I'm very critical of the questions that you asked tonight, because I was really hoping for some tough questions, and I didn't hear them. There are 45 positions being cut across Easton. Many classroom teachers. My daughter Gracie will have less. My daughter Lily will have less. So we take the two numbers for you, 45 and 0. And that's 45 classroom teachers and specialists, custodians, aides, paraprofessionals. And then we take another number and it's 0. Not one administrator has been cut from this budget. To the school committee, you represent Lily and Grace. And you need to make some tough decisions. And the tough decision that I'm asking, okay, is to send the leadership team back to the table and make a proposal of cuts. I know the money's not going to be there, but how we cut the money is so very important because it sends a message. And the message I heard from Dr. Cabral tonight is that I'm less, and her leadership team is more. That's the message I heard. And it's up to you to address that message. All right? I know the cuts are difficult. I know it's difficult. Today I considered it a good day because I didn't speak to one crying teacher today. Today, for that, was a good day. I've heard more questions from school committee tonight about electives and specialists and very few about classroom teachers. And a lot of those cuts are classroom teachers. And Lily and Grace deserve better.
I don't mean to cut you off.
One last point,
okay.
Please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mrs. Starr, you said it's more difficult to deliver this message than to hear, and I respectfully disagree with you. Okay, it's more difficult to hear this message as an employee, as a citizen, and as a father. If we knew for years that this was a problem, why have we year after year after year expanded the budget so top heavy? Thank you.
Thank you. So next up on the list, Ms. Gonzalez. I don't want to butcher your first name.
Thank you. Christina Alcantara Gonsalves from 12 Pleasant Heights Drive. Thank you, Mr. Erickson. He's actually my son's civics teacher, and it's always interesting to hear my son share about everything that he's learning in civics, so I really appreciate you. I'm happy that you brought that up because that was actually one of the points I wanted to bring up. I have been a resident here for 8.5 years, and I'm a former educator in a nearby district, so 15 years of teaching overall, and I have been RIF twice in the nearby district, so I understand what all of the educators are going through. I also understand and recognize the difficult situation that school committee has to face, as well as administrators. But I have to say that I have seen so much improvement in Easton Public Schools in terms of growth, in terms of equity, and it's hard to think about cuts and understanding how they'll still be able to maintain that great reputation, specifically when it comes to special ed. My son requires special ed services, and so I don't see how an educator will be able to meet the needs of all of the students with special needs if we're cutting special ed educators and specialists and assistants. I urge school committee to go back and review those RIFs because it doesn't seem fair. Yes, there is. It's a legal binding document, and I understand that everyone keeps saying that they will do their part to meet the legal aspect of it, but as a former educator, if we're losing the support staff, I don't see how it would be possible without a teacher losing their mind. It's just not mentally, it's not healthy, and it's adding more pressure to what they have to do. I also want to kind of piggyback on what he mentioned. I noticed, and I took a picture because I had to look at it a couple times. I didn't notice any administrative roles on there, and that was shocking because it's the teachers and the support staff that really provide the amazing curriculum that Easton Public Schools has to offer. And so, with that being said, it's about strategy. Oh, I put the timer for myself. It's about strategy, and so I know for me specifically, I've seen a lot of improvement with the Director of Equity and Inclusion, and for me it would be hard to see that step away and that role to be removed, but I don't think it's necessary to have that many principals in a school, or I feel like when I taught, we had 2. I don't know if you really need, 3 or 4. Could that be reconsidered? And also, we're trying to prepare our students for the global economy. I'm wondering how the principals came up with removing Spanish as opposed to other languages. I was a little bit confused. Because Spanish is the second most spoken language in the United States and the 4th in the world. So why not other languages? French, Latin, I don't know, whatever's offered at OA, but why Spanish? 2 positions. So I urge you to reconsider and review that because we're trying to prepare our students for the global economy, and French is not at the top. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And so just a structure note, I'll give opportunity. I imagine that some of the feedback is prompting questions that could be addressed here, so we'll have the opportunity to address some of those specific questions after we hear from everybody. Okay, all right. Next up, I have Zachary Dyer from EEA.
It's a little low. Okay, I'm going to forget about it. Zachary Dyer, Co-President and Negotiation Chair of the Easton Educator Association. Speaking on behalf of the Easton Educator Association, my real address is in Plymouth. It's 20 Fillmore Street. Please don't tell my high school students about that. Last Friday, I spent my school day informing my colleagues that they no longer had a job. I was one of the 4 union leaders that did that alongside our central administrators and our building principals, and it was an awful, awful day. And I care so much about our students, but I really want to also remind us that there are 18 people that are now desperately hunting for a job in a market where layoffs are happening everywhere. That is devastating. That's devastating. As I was talking to these people, I was the person that was kind of responsible for hopefully providing what little aid you can, what little comfort you can, because there's nothing they can do. There's nothing I can do. We're stuck here, right? A question caught me off guard, which is, why would they hire me if they knew they were going to have to fire me? There are people that were hired last year with full knowledge that we were at this cliff. We could have reduced by attrition, which would have still, that doesn't help our students. I'll be clear about that. But it doesn't trick someone into accepting a job. In some cases, leaving a job of stable employment where they already had tenure. Where these rifts, if that happened in that district, they wouldn't have gotten riffed. They left that district, came here under the premise that this was a safe, stable job, and they got cut after 1, 2, 3 years of employment. That's devastating. To look at that person and say, I'm sorry, I've got nothing for you. And it's a conversation we all had quite a bit over the last couple of days. But you knew. And that's where I think a lot of our staff get frustrated. You knew. We all knew. I do want to be clear with you. I actually joked with our town administrator, Connor Reed, and with Alicia Cabral about this. The MTA, our Mass Teachers Association training on municipal finance, uses Easton, no word of a lie, as this is the district that gets messed up 6 ways to Sunday on the budget in this state. It is ruinous to this specific town. It's why we need reform at the state level, and that's maybe our permanent solution. Temporary solution, unfortunately, it may be override, and that's for you to decide. Again, I live in Plymouth. Again, don't tell my students. The fiscal cliff is real. And you did it because, and I want to extend all my empathy, I think you wanted to help the kids, right? You wanted to keep the lights on for the kids as long as you could. But those same kids are seeing their teachers crying in their classroom now. They're going to have to see it. You can't hide it from a high schooler. They're savvy. They know it. They were hunting me through my room because I wasn't in my room. They were asking, did you make it? That's brutal. And I did, but imagine if I didn't. That's devastating. But we hired these people knowing. And we knew full well it wasn't a surprise. And we could have softened it. We could have lost to attrition. We could have never had a riff if we made these slow, steady cuts. And then the townspeople who feel shocked and kind of betrayed by, well, where did this problem come from, might have known. They might have seen that class sizes were growing larger, that programming was shrinking. They might have known, and I understand it. It's Sophie's choice, right? Devastating. But it's really hard when the recklessness you have with our livelihoods directly contradicts the statement that you care about us. I can't hear how hard it was for you to make these cuts when not a single administrative role was cut. It's not the people you eat lunch with that are leaving, that are sobbing in their classrooms. I cut 2 of the people. I teach high school ELA. That's 2 of my people. A lot of these people are my people, but those are people that are in my room every day. We co-plan. And they're leaving me, and there's nothing I can do. And I'm asking you, your presentation is claiming a 13% reduction in central administration because suddenly secretarial staff counts. But in a PACE meeting where we're alleging that admin has been growing, we only have 9 administrators. And I'm not saying you have to cut an administrator, but I'm saying you should have really considered it at that central administration level. Why are we here where we're losing 40 student-facing positions out of 45? I'll give you this. Paraprofessionals in Unit A make up 60 to 70% of our total staffing in terms of our cost as a district. That's, I believe, accurate. Someone can correct me on that later on. They made up what? What's 40 out of 45? Over 80? Close to 80? We're disproportionately cutting student-facing positions. That's a bad policy for a school that cares about students. But it comes as no surprise to us. Last year, you increased your central administrative budget before we accidentally added $100,000 to it for you by $332,000-ish. That is more than the building increase of all 4 buildings in this district combined. I know OA, we had to reduce our budget by 0.8%, while you increased your central administration line by roughly 20%. And I'm using your FY25 budget from last year posted on the town website. I think it's somewhere around 139. Yes, we need administrators. I never want anyone to think that I don't love my administrators. I really, really do. But what I'm saying is you can't say that you're with us if you're not on the chopping block with us.
Thank you.
So
we're well past time. If you can just...
I'm definitely over time. I got it. That's the English teacher in me.
Thank you.
I'm begging you, if you go back to the table, think about putting your skin in the game with us and do the really hard thing and say, all right, who at lunch, who is the person I eat lunch with that the district might be able to survive without? Because I had to do it last Friday. All of our members have had to do that last Friday with very little input in that scenario besides, I hope I can help, and I can't. But I'm asking you to put yourself on that chopping block with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Crystal Parento.
Crystal Parento, 42 Kennedy Circle. First of all, I can't imagine the position you guys have been in having to make all of these cuts. It's awful. I'm going to take a little bit of a different direction, but I'm in thinking back to around this time last year, I was talking about the new vice principal position, and looking back on it, I think part of what I was thinking about too was being proactive rather than reactive. So what I have some comments and questions about, especially as I have a child who is part of the TLC program, I love that we're thinking about trying to do something more to help those kiddos. And I've talked to some of you about out-of-district placement costs and like how we can reduce those possibly, and that's smart. But I do have some questions and some thoughts about that. The first thing that came to mind to me was why are we thinking about doing this at the high school and not other levels? And the reason that I say that, now this could benefit my child, right? But I'm thinking being proactive in our fiscally and as well as for kids. Having had a child that has been in the TLC program since I think it started, I find that you would want that sub-separate classroom at an earlier stage so they have time earlier in their educational career to get that specialized attention so they can learn coping skills, so that they can learn executive functioning skills, so that they can learn coping skills. And if they can learn that younger, they're going to be able to take that with them at the high school level, so that they're not in the spot where they're at in the high school level where now they might need a separate classroom. Now I am speaking through the lens of what the knowledge that I have, but it's important things for you guys to consider. So why at the high school level? Why would we do that at a younger level? Maybe we do, and I don't know. But I also have concerns about whether adding a half-time additional adjustment counselor is enough, because I would argue that they just need that just the way the program is now. It's just not, I have concerns that that would not be enough. A question I would have, so here's a couple questions I have as a parent, or like if I was on the school committee. So one of the questions I would have is, when do the majority of the population of students go out of district? For this particular subset of students, so those that would benefit from a sub-separate program, when does the majority go? Is it at high school, and that's why we're like adding that want to add it at that point in a student's educational career? The other question I would have is, how many students would you expect to be in the sub-separate class at one time? Because I think one of the reasons that out-of-district placements happen is for that really small classroom setting. That's one of many reasons. But so I'd be curious, you're talking about possibly bringing some ODD kids, out-of-district students, back in. So how big would that classroom be? And then I was a little unclear on if there would be an additional special ed teacher added, so that there would still be one special ed teacher that's serving kind of in that TLC role as it is now. You know, it might change, but would there also be a special ed teacher that would be giving the classroom instruction for that sub-separate classroom? And then my final question would be, would you be able to use the circuit breaker funding for costs related to the sub-separate classroom? So those are the questions that I have. In terms of being proactive, you want to think, how can you best, like, we don't have a lot of money now, so how can you best use that money? Does it make sense at the high school level? And then, like, will it really supply what those kiddos need that have those out-of-district placements? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And after public comment, I'll give the opportunity for Mr. Davidson to maybe answer some of those questions if he has answers available tonight, or we can certainly follow up on those, but very good questions. Thank you. Okay, next up, Carolyn Ross.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Ross, 31 King Arthur Road. I want to start out by saying that as a former HR executive and HR consultant, I've had to do what you've had to do on a number of occasions in large organizations, planning for and executing RIFs. And so I do know how hard that is. I would echo what some speakers have said about making sure you've really looked at everything and all positions across the district at all levels. But I do appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I know how hard it is, and I know how hard it is for you as a school committee to sit where you're sitting and have to entertain these questions and concerns. Having said that, what I have is mostly questions which may seem trivial compared to some of the bigger questions around teachers and classroom sizes. But when I see the cuts to administrative positions, and in a number of cases it says this will lead to slower response times, it begs the question whether there are tools or technology or AI that can do some of those functions more efficiently. And I think of an example of every time I have to call in to a phone number to let the school know that my daughter won't be in her 11th grade that day because she's homesick. And I think of how many parents must be calling in and leaving those same messages when we could alternately go onto a website or a tool and mark our kid absent and put the reason, and somebody could aggregate all of that, and it would save someone having to listen to all of those messages. That's one example. There may be hundreds, there may be two, but I wonder on some of those things that are being impacted, whether teachers could be saved because there are tools that could do some of those administrative functions more effectively and more efficiently. In companies, it's done every day, in big organizations. And I know schools don't have the same budgets. I've worked in nonprofit most of my HR career. I understand those limitations financially. So that's one question. Another question is, are there aspects of things like recess aides and lunchroom aides and things, other things that could be replaced by volunteers, retirees, college students, high school students at lower grades, I think of music lessons. I know some of our kids who are OA juniors and seniors could teach music lessons to little kids very easily and would love to do it. Are there things that parent involvement or pay by parents could replace for some of that? So, I wonder about replacement of some of the things that are being lost in other ways, creative ways, that may not have been considered, but maybe they have. And then my last question is, well, not my last, actually. I've heard it alluded to about extracurriculars. It wasn't clear to me whether extracurricular activities like sports and music programs after school will be impacted or not. And I think many of us are wondering about that. Maybe that hasn't been decided yet with cuts to teachers in art or in music or sports related. But I think we need clarity on what that impact's going to be in terms of marching band, jazz band, football, basketball, anything, whether there will be an impact, and if so, how much of an impact. And if so, is it possible that for extracurriculars, in addition to potentially raising fees, there could be some sort of a sliding scale for people who have less ability to pay? Because there are many who have greater ability to pay. And we appreciate, they appreciate that they're not paying more, but they could. And additionally, if not a sliding scale, then potentially just a waiver process for people who can't afford it, and others would pay a greater amount to make up for that. So that's my list of questions.
Great, thank you, and we will be able to address a lot of those shortly. Thank you. And last on this sign-up sheet, additional folks may have signed up on the other one, but I have Nancy Donahue.
Thank you very much. My name is Nancy Donahue. I live at 10 Parkview Circle. I'm a 30-year resident of Easton. This is the most difficult year for me in this town, and probably the most difficult time that I've had to stand in this auditorium with my friends and colleagues and peers in town. I am the vice chair of the PACE committee, and I just wanted to offer you a little bit more detail to kind of add some color to Dr. Cabral's pointing to some of the resources on our website. I so agree with Ms. Percio's comment that this is not a simple problem to fix, and with the earlier speaker who said that we need to fix this together. The only thing that I bring to this is that sometimes when there are challenges like this, it can really bring a community together as we try to solve this problem together. As many people have stated, this is not a new issue, having a 2.5 property tax increase restriction when we have insurance costs that increase at 20% or more over 2 years. In addition to being a minimum aid community from both our schools and our town service levels, those numbers just don't make sense. This year is particularly challenging that we've also lost costs from federal government funding that was put forth during COVID. And as we know, in the schools, I just retired from teaching in June, those needs are stronger than ever in our schools for students to have that support. But I just want to emphasize that if you're a resident of Easton, this is our issue together. We have the values in this town which provide the wonderful historic preservation, the open spaces, the fabulous things that make Easton excellent are also the things that challenge us when we come to town meeting or when we come to the election and vote against growth, vote against multiple dwelling housing, vote against these things. We're voting against some of the commercial base that could support this town. So not that one is right or one is wrong, but we just need to understand that those are the values that we have supported in this town as residents. And the PACE committee has spent over 100 hours now in meetings, in study, in presentations, attending committee presentations. My chair, Tom Broussard, and I are here tonight, as well as many other committee members who are here, and we will actually stay and speak to anyone who wants to ask more questions. Our website has tons of information. But to just summarize very briefly, our town side and our school side run incredibly lean, both in regard to staffing and in regard to per student spending and per capita spending. I'm not saying that's always a good thing. Running lean is not always a good thing, but I think we have even gotten to the point that we are because of good financial management on both of those sides, making decisions that I agree we don't always like. I'm not saying that every decision I have been a proponent for either, but the problems that we're facing this year are just larger than ever, and if you look around at our peer communities, they are facing some of the same ones. The only thing that encourages me is the possibility of increased advocacy at the State House, because many more communities, the proportion is almost flipped this year, that are now in this minimum state aid situation. But going to legislatures, going to the State House and getting this changed takes years. So I just, again, if you haven't heard the PACE recommendations yet, there was a unanimous consensus of a committee that is largely resident-led and made up by people who first came on board thinking there's a problem here that needs to be solved in regard to financial management, and after these hours of study, they've certainly switched. We are recommending a $7.3 million override solution to add revenue to this town with a $0.8 million expense reduction. Frankly, most of us don't even know where that 0.8 is going to come from. You've heard some of the devastating things. Both, this is the school side. I hope you're following the town side, because it'll be equally problematic when we can only staff one ambulance at a time, as one example. So, just to keep in mind, Easton also faces the fact that only one-third of the town is not taxable due to the conservation restraints, the wetlands, and all of the wonderful open space that we've designated, borderland, Stonehill. We have a challenge here that is both makes us wonderful, but makes us have something to challenge. And I'm sure I've gone over, so
yes.
I thank you for your time. Please ask us more questions if you have them.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, next on the list is Tom Broussard.
Hi, my name is Tom Broussard, 28 Armour Lane. I'm the chair of the PACE committee. I'm going to talk somewhat data-oriented, and before you folks think that it's lack of feeling, I just want to make everybody know I personally can empathize. Last Tuesday, the company I work for shut down. Linger Therapeutics laid off its entire workforce. I also had to communicate that message and feel its impact. So I absolutely appreciate what our town and what our school system is going through, and certainly our full town, because firefighters, police officials, Department of Public Works, this isn't just a school issue, this is all of us. I just want to point out some data points, and as Nancy pointed out, PACE has been factually oriented. We have publicly available information that we'd like to share, and then I'd just like to challenge the audience to continue to stay engaged. First, in terms of the driver of the problem, part of it is us. I just want to be very clear. I would encourage everybody to understand that we have desired to live in a community that is residential based, that we are single family dominated, and as a result, 72% of our revenue is driven by property tax. We have a very low commercial base. Every resident, for the most part, that we've met in any open session loves green space, recreation about Easton, and I just need you all to understand that those policies and values come with a very steep cost in periods of time of high inflation. So when your costs go up dramatically and your largest revenue is fixed at 2.5%, I think we all know that we've had higher utility bills go up in our personal lives, so on and so forth. So in a way, we have what we asked for. It just makes the challenge harder so that we can balance our values and our policies and still drive revenue without unfairly impacting the taxpayer. It's not an easy solution, which is why we've been working at it for over 9 months now. Next, you absolutely have to get involved and advocate at your state level. The state gives us $30 per student in minimum aid increase. I just need you to understand what that means. That is 0.2% increase. That is, I want it to be 300, Nancy, but even that just gets you to close to a 2% increase, and our cost structure goes up every year more than that. The state has effectively told you as taxpayers that you have your own solution. Go figure it out. That solution is the operational override mechanism. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just letting you know what the state has said. The unrestricted general government aid that they give you is less than your $2,008 that they give us now. It's an inequity that Easton has dealt with for years. So not a surprise, and we've talked about it at every town meeting for the last, at least since 2017, and probably 2016 when we had the last operational override proposed. The other thing is we're not alone. I hope you are reading Boston Globe articles or you're seeing other communities that are having these cuts and these reductions. And I can tell you that I have been reached out to by at least 2 communities who have asked to personally meet with us to ask how PACE was formed, because they need to walk their community through the challenges that they have as well. So please take advantage of PACE. It's a resource for you to learn and to understand. This is just facts. This is growth. From 2016 to 2025, we presented this publicly. We have grown 0.8 positions at the central and school administration level. We've grown 40 positions in Unit A, 6 in Unit B, and 39 paraprofessionals. And in the last 3 years, the largest growth have been in teachers and paraprofessionals. I fully support that. Anybody who has listened to me or heard me has heard my personal story about the impact paraprofessional has made on my daughter's life. I am absolutely all for it. I'm just letting you know the facts of where we have invested, and more than 85 cents of every single dollar we spend on salary is facing the students. So it's an overwhelming percentage. And in terms of how much we allocate overall of our school budget, 85 cents of every dollar goes to people. So we have already been running pretty lean. I know I have 3 minutes, Nancy, and I'm probably already over. Just also want to highlight for everybody that the problem isn't solved with this from a numbers standpoint. We're using $2.7 million worth of stabilization funds. That is literally code for next year. You'll have to figure out where you want to cut. New growth in Easton, we all want commercial growth, was the highest it's ever been last year. So we're doing the right things as a community. We're investing in sewer, we're investing in new growth. It was $1.5 million of new growth, which is great. It's usually $800,000. But nobody in Easton wants a Gillette Stadium. People are concerned about Avalon and whether or not we should or shouldn't have it. And when there was a drive-through conversation about Taco Bell and Chipotle at Five Corners, there were over 30 people that were saying we really shouldn't have it because it's drive-through, it's busy, it's safety. And when we wanted marijuana, or when there was a vote about marijuana, and that could have given $700,000 of revenue each year, we said no. I don't judge those decisions. I'm just saying that our values and policies impact the revenues that we get. And we love being a bedroom community. It's why we're highly desirable with the second highest home value in all of our surrounding communities.
Tom?
Yep. Gotta go? All right, last part.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, what will you do from here? So there's time between now and May 19th. The PACE committee could hear from all of you, union members that are here. Do you or do you not support an override? It would be helpful to know. Where do you stand? There have been members of the union on our PACE committee that put forth a recommendation to reduce expenses, which is a cut. And that, I applaud that recommendation. We need to learn if that's what people want. So we'll be here afterwards if you have questions or anything. Thank you for your time. I apologize. But it's a tough question. I hope we can all stick together to figure it out.
Thank you. And Greg Shea.
Thanks, Greg Shea, 40 Union Street. I want to start by acknowledging that you all had to have this conversation given the place you're in, but I do want to denormalize this conversation and say that to be talking about cutting an already lean budget into something that is like way leaner than lean is madness right now. And I hope that we can all see that after our children have just gone through COVID, after our educators have just gone through COVID. That I know it was 4 years ago. But my younger daughter in particular is still like super stressed when somebody sneezes, and I know you educators see it in your classroom. Somebody coughs and kids are like, COVID. Like, these kids are still have like incredibly deep needs, and so for us to be talking as a community about cutting is just, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. And this isn't an inefficiency on anybody's part. This is happening everywhere. We live in hard times. And I hope as a community, we can come together and figure out we just can't let these cuts happen. We had to talk about them tonight. We had to do that business. But I want to end by saying we can't let them happen. We have to pass this override for our kids, for our educators. If you're interested in getting involved as a community member, a group of parents are working to try to pass this override so we can avoid these deep cuts. So come see me if you're interested in getting involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Hamilton?
Jim Hamilton, 14 Morse Road. I grew up in this town. I graduated from Oliver Ames in 2011. My dad, who's here, graduated in 1983 or 1984, something like that. There were many reasons I moved back to this town after being away from so long. One was that I do want my future children, we do not have children yet, to attend the same school system that gave me so much. I'm a first-generation college student, which meant a lot to me and my family, and I think Oliver Ames provided that experience for me. Our school system was one of the reasons I volunteered for the PACE committee, so if anyone watched those marathon meetings, that was one of the drivers and reasons why I tried to volunteer. The fact that there was not one single question about administrative cuts or even pushback from the school committee, I believe is a failure on all levels. It's disappointing to see as someone who is actually educated by people in this room, retired or still active. I know we're going through a tough budget season, but I think no matter what, those types of questions are obvious and they should have been answered or should have been asked. I know this school and this town always runs lean. I think that is one of the values of Easton, is that we always do more with less. I don't think people are generally going to change that much. I think that's kind of born into the people who live here and who grew up here. And I think that lack of sacrifice, or that lack of even putting it up on the screen, really says a lot. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Hobbs.
My name's Kristen Hobbs. I'm at 18 Lyman Wheelock Road. I'm a mom of 3 that are all in the school system. We actually pulled our children out of private schools when we moved to Easton, and that is because of the amazing reputation that this town has. My husband and I grew up dirt poor. We have worked our butts off to make sure that our kids have way better than we ever had. And not only do we feel that about our children, but we feel that about our children's friends, about the kids that they might not get along with, and the kids that they sit in class with every single day. I have a child at OA, I have a child at EMS, and I have a child at RO. I have a child on an IEP. This is not about my kids, it's about all of our kids. Piper made me cry because I'm here with her at music events, at sporting events, with you guys on the fields every Saturday and Sunday. We all are talking about this. This is a huge, huge, huge situation that's happening. And yes, cuts and budget issues and problems are everywhere. Elections have consequences, and we're reaping that right now. But I'm going to speak to you, the school committee, and I'm going to say to you, elections have consequences. We have put you in this position to represent us. You have teachers, you have parents, you have lay people just begging you to listen to the fact that we just had a presentation that was presented that had not one administrative cut. That is an insult to stand there and say that you care about your teachers, but that you don't care enough to remove any of them. I'm going to be honest. Initially, when this override came forward, I was a vote yes, because I never want to see my children or any of the other children in this community affected by piss poor planning. But you know what? what you just presented to me shows where your values lie, and it's not on my kids. So what you used to have as a yes vote is now a no vote. And I beg everyone else in this room, until something changes, to say no.
Thank you. Carmen Gregory?
I'm sorry, this is very hard for me. I didn't know if I was going to be able to come up. I'm sorry.
It's okay, take a breath. It's okay.
I am a parent, a single mom, and a teacher in this district, with it being my only source of income. I am one of those teachers who you hired last year, and you looked at me in the eyes, knowing that you were having budget problems. I am one of those teachers who was thrilled to know that I possibly could finally give my daughter a secure future, and you knew this because I told you. And here I am, not even a year after, one of those teachers who was crying during prep block. And who next block puts the happiest of faces for my kids so they don't feel my pain. It hurts not knowing what I'll do next. Having to leave these kids I work hard to teach so every single day, and not knowing what my future and that of my daughter, who I wanted her to be here to know how important this is. I am crying not just for me, but for all of the other teachers in my situation. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Were there any additional sign-ups on the sheet? No? Okay. Thank you to everybody who spoke. I know it's difficult to get up in front of a room, but it's incredibly important that we hear your questions and your feedback, and I applaud everybody who stands up at that microphone in front of a room full of people with cameras on them to ask questions or give feedback and make statements. It's direct democracy in action, and it doesn't work without the community participating. So thank you to everybody who spoke. I'd like to take this opportunity to have some of our administrative staff to be able to answer some of the questions that they may have ready answers to here, and then school committee members can ask further questions or provide additional feedback or additional comments. Okay. Let's see. So, Dr. Cabral, I don't know if there were any in particular that you wanted to just go ahead and start with.
So, obviously, we understand where everyone's coming from. We hear you. We feel the same way. We did these exercises. We went through every position in central admin, every administrative position in central admin, to try to parcel out who could do what. People offered themselves for RIF. We tried to separate their positions to other people. The reason that there weren't administrative reductions is because we have always run lean on admin. We always cut admin first. We only added human resources when we went over 600 employees, and director of DEIA when we realized we had a real equity and access problem in this town. When we look at positions, we are well aware that people don't understand everything that's done in a central office. I would argue that when people are in a classroom as a student or even a parent, they think they have a good idea of what even a teacher does. But that's not true. There is so much that happens behind the scenes that a teacher does beyond planning for a class, teaching, and correcting papers. And the same thing is true of administration. We realize we try to keep as much away from our staff as possible that we try to take care of for them. We didn't change numbers from PACE. We have an office of 18, and we tried to think of every possible way we could absorb responsibilities of one another and still keep the district operational. At PACE, I was asked how many people were central administrators, not on the central administrative team, in the office. It's almost impossible to completely explain this, but I just jotted down things that we worked on this week. We have audits from DESE, TFM, lunch program, student accounts, food service, the USDA came in, managing $50 million. We have legal liabilities. We have multiple active lawsuits right now that we constantly have to provide testimony for. We have to provide documentation. We write reports. We have corrective action that must be done or else we lose funding. We have grants that need to be utilized that have to be gotten and amended and pays for people's positions. Almost all of our paras are on grants. They always have been. We process every payment that comes in. I noticed today I went over 700 approvals, and we just got the system that wasn't handwritten 3 months ago. We have PRS complaints that need to be absolutely met every single deadline. Civil rights complaints, Title IX investigations that have very firm deadlines that have to be completed. We provide testimony at the state level. We fight for circuit breaker payments. We fight for wage adjustment factor. We fight for negotiating settlements with vendors. Every single vendor contract we have needs to be negotiated, and we work our best to make them as low as possible. That's a direct result on what money is available for staff. We fight for minimum aid, the foundation formula. We're trying to come up with ways to revise the foundation formula. I can't even begin to completely explain all the things that are done by literally 7 people. I'm including myself. We had been asked to provide this at PACE, so it was part of the slides we took out of the presentation. But we're even lower than everyone around us to do the same things. Trust me, if I was selfish, trying to save positions from people I eat lunch with, even though we don't get to eat lunch, I would not have set it up to have this kind of negativity and to have the attention focused on this and not the budget problem. You could get rid of all 7 people and we will still have a budget problem. And it isn't because of poor planning on the town side, because they have been doing everything possible to communicate what can be done, made votes available for people to vote on them. I don't know how many people here have ever managed $51 million and 4,000 people on a daily basis. With 6 people. We are trying, and we're still trying. We look at it every day. But there are protections we have to put in place for the town, for the district to keep us all safe, we are trying, and we are still looking at it, and we're absorbing as much as we can. But we're not sitting around. We're not taking it easy. We're not fluffing up our numbers with people. If anybody wants to come to central office, to see what it is we do, to go over our responsibilities and what we are not able to cut out, we're happy to do that with you. It's difficult to explain here, but of course we looked at that. Of course we did. Every dollar we have is because we fought for it. Every position we have is because we put it there, because we know how important it is. We did not know where we would be this year. Because we run lean, that's proof we run lean. Because we don't have wiggle room. When we anticipate that costs are going to go up, and then they go up by $2 million, that is not anticipatable by anyone. As you can see from all the districts around us and the towns around us who are facing the same exact thing. We could have had 25 to 28 kids in third grade last year. And we were going to until we hired a third grade teacher. We have to provide the best service we can for our kids for as long as we can, especially when we're doing it without knowing what's coming. I hesitate to talk about these things because I don't want to sound defensive. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about this team that has worked really hard to do this. And I believe, but I won't speak for her, that when Jen said it was more difficult to hear, she was talking about the school committee, and certainly not all of you. Yes. It's difficult to hear that my colleagues in the front here are being considered heartless and not thinking about the staff that we work with every day. It's very difficult because it couldn't be further from the truth. I think you would be hard-pressed to find an elementary teacher who thinks that Sam shouldn't have an assistant principal. Going by statistics, they should actually have 2. We have less than everyone else. We had the PACE committee analyze specifically administration. And they also came to the conclusion that we weren't top-heavy. But I shouldn't be the only person talking about it, because I'm not the only person affected.
Did you? Sure. Was there anything else on that? We can, I think, switch over because there were some specific questions about special education. So I know there were questions.
I'll just add one other point. I know we're hearing these positions and it's very difficult, but we use the same process we do for building the budget, which is looking at proactive, reactive, and strategic needs. And while it might sound really hurtful that a music teacher has been reduced, and it's certainly hurtful to our system, that means we don't have a class of 6 kids in guitar. That is proactive. It's not reactive. It's also hurtful to hear that Spanish is cut. But in this particular case, Spanish teacher was also teaching study skills class. That's proactive. There are a lot of details that people don't realize are part of this process, but these people do. They look at every piece and they're just as critical as you are. And I just want to make sure that we would never suggest that they didn't look at all of that.
Before we get into special education, I just want to make a couple points. One is that we are looking at the first time for next year being under 1,000 students at the high school for the first time in a long time. We have decreasing enrollment and increasing demands from our federal and state mandates. So I just want to be really clear about that. We are running an organization. I did have a conversation, a very wonderful conversation with a teacher who stressed her concern to me that she doesn't understand necessarily, nor should she, of what I do, you know, because I'm not in the classroom, right? I'm not, and she can say by minute what a classroom teacher does or what a paraprofessional does. The demands that I talk about it regularly with my colleagues. We talk about it to the Secretary of Education. I actually was with him 2 weekends ago and talked with him about this. The demands, regulations, the PRS that Dr. Cabral mentioned before, the PRS complaints, what happened before. So if a parent contacts the Department of Education with a complaint, previously it was always screened, whether it was screened in or screened out. 100% of the time they are screening it in now, which has increased the demands of the regulations. Now, nobody needs to understand that. That's our jobs. That's what we do. But it's really important to understand what's happening right now in across the Commonwealth. Is our enrollment is declining, and we see it here in Easton as far as our high school. We're actually increasing in the elementary level, but decreasing at the high school, where, like I said, potentially, if we get the same number of students leaving from 8th grade to 9th grade, which again we're working on, if we see, we will have for the first time in I don't know when, under 1,000 students at the high school. So these are real numbers, and this is what's happening. These are the projections of what's happening. So when I look to my elementary teachers, again, just reiterating what Dr. Cabral is saying, to say, yes, you should have 15 kids in a high school class and 25 at a 3rd grade class, we can't operate like that. So we have to balance things out. And on top of that, understanding the increase in regulations, I will happily sit down with anybody to explain how my job has changed. When I first started here 8 years ago, I was able to focus more on curriculum and instruction. And the amount of residency issues, so people who do not live here, that I have to regularly contest, and I have to plead to the state, and I have to write reports so that because we are not a school choice, a school choice district. These are just the little things that I don't expect anybody to know. But like I said, the increase in demands from the federal government and the state government has only gone up while enrollment has gone down. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Okay, Director Davidson? And I can help prompt some of the questions if you didn't.
Absolutely. I do want to touch a little bit upon some of the questions regarding central office today. I know that up on the board, and it was mentioned a few times, around not having direct cuts to the administrators. The positions that were up there directly impact the operations of our entire office. The impacts that are happening on there, and I know that we talked about wait times or response times from people that work within our office to get back to our parents and our staff members would be slow. It's because we're picking up extra pieces of people's jobs and spreading them across who's left. I know that the number, when you look at it, is 13% of our staff within central office is being reduced. That does greatly impact everybody around us. Individually, you can look at each person who's going to be grabbing some of the responsibilities. And with the inundation of how much we're taking in for federal and state regulations and reporting has been a giant increase to just our offices. That's not trying to make anybody feel better about what we're seeing overall within the budget and what the cuts are. In regards to special education,
I just want to add that the 9 positions up there, I'm saying 7 because 2 of those are not part of the executive team. I added them to the list because other districts have them on their executive team. And so for full transparency, when I was asked, that's the list. So if you see a discrepancy in numbers, that's why the curriculum director and the instructional technology director are not on the executive team that does the things, but obviously curriculum works on curriculum and instructional technology is technology. So I want to be clear, we're asked for data for different reasons. It's not because the data changes, it's because it depends on the purpose they ask us for it. Curriculum, of course, curriculum directors, curriculum and multi-language learners.
in regards to some of the special education questions tonight, the special education coordinators and I had started this work quite some time ago, talking about exactly where the caseloads would end up throughout our district. In regards to the budget cuts that were presented tonight, the way it impacts our students is, as we talked about earlier, really on where their locations and sections would be presented and where those students would be taking those classes. When we went through the individual caseloads and what staffing it would take to meet the needs of our students, especially around the service delivery grids, we were able to identify exactly how many teachers, how many paraprofessionals, and how many staff members it would take to educate the students. It is also a mandated cost to our district. We don't have the option of picking and choosing which services we are going to provide. That is through the IEP team. And so when those exact direct services are identified in that process, it is then our responsibility to provide those services in the least restrictive model that we can. So as I said earlier, where you're going to see that impact is where the students are placed at our younger levels, and then how we're operating our high school classes. You saw that class sizes are increasing and sections are decreasing, with also some staff member reductions. What that means is we have to be more creative on exactly how we're doing inclusion classrooms at the high school level and the middle school level, and then we work through that process as building leaders and central office administrators. In regards to the expansion of a special education program at the high school, we really take in all data points. Historically, within our district, we saw an increase in numbers in late middle school and early high school for students with social emotional disabilities that have been placed out of district. In the 2 years that I've been here, that has also been the theme. And so when we saw the opportunity to to expand from within, we are able to meet the current needs of the students that are placed here and also the current need of the students that are placed out of district. It is twofold. Not only are we providing that least restrictive model, we are also able to provide a least restrictive model for the students that are outside our walls at this time. Where I do want to be mindful is I don't want to give away any students and make it identifiable for students that are out of district or in district that might be within that program. Under the state regs, for a sub-separate program, we are allowed to have 8 students with one special education teacher in a sub-separate program. A sub-separate program is identified as students that participate outside of a general education classroom for 60% of their day. We are allowed also to operate that same classroom with 12 students if there's a teacher and 1 paraprofessional. So that is part of the decision-making that went into how we're going to meet the needs of our students and where those resources would come from. When we went through the process of identifying the needed increase for our staffing, we really did that based on current caseloads within not only the TLC program, but within the high school. I do also want to be mindful that tonight was the first time that some of our staff members have heard about the proposal. And so before having individual conversations with those staff members that will be impacted, I would love to have that opportunity before sharing more information.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. A lot has been said about positions of administrators who are not front-facing. I will not speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I will speak for myself. My name is Carol Perez, and I am the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. The reason why some may say that a position like mine is not front-facing is actually because I'm serving the voices of those that are silent, of those that are absent in your classes. So when I have to go to a court hearing because some of our students aren't coming into school, it is my job, and part of my role is to work with the family, work with their liaisons, and work with the court to make sure that our classrooms, our buildings are accessible. When our students are not coming to school because they're met day by day with racist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic comments, it is my job to work with everyone around us to make sure that our schools are a place where our students can come. Now, you may say, that doesn't happen in my town, but I will assure you that it does. And there was a reason why at one point, the Town of Easton made a commitment to create this position. So when you speak about folks that are not necessarily student-facing, believe me that they're working really hard for those that remain unseen and unheard each and every day.
Thank you.
Just reading through to see if there were any other. And school committee, if you had jotted down any questions from the audience that you thought could be addressed by our leadership team. I am, Mrs. Kavanaugh, or maybe this might be a question for you actually, Liv. The question about being able to use tools and technology such as AI to facilitate things like having to call and report your child as absent, is that anything that we can respond to tonight? Because I imagine there are issues with authenticity of that information coming in for students, right? Like, yeah.
Yes, there are issues with authenticity, but I would actually say the biggest issue is that many of those technologies and systems that you could use in place of people have a cost associated with them. So while there could be a cost savings in terms of having someone listening to messages, collecting the information, we would essentially be replacing them and allocating that cost towards a software or a technology system. So in a way it might be cost neutral, or it could even be more funds that we'd need to put forward.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. Yes, the question about volunteers. I don't know if, and if anybody in particular wants to answer that, or if you want the school committee to answer that, because we've seen it. We saw a great example just last week in the district of why that's not a great solution.
Sorry. Volunteers, we love having volunteers in the district. However, there's a lot of uncertainties with volunteers. Sometimes volunteers we can't always count on them showing up for certain things. They are not necessarily provided the same amount of training that our staff have. So as far as if For example, a volunteer was out supervising recess. The amount of training that is required for supervision, how to mediate disputes between students, those volunteers wouldn't necessarily be provided with that.
Thank you. And yeah, we had, there are many volunteer programs that are run in the schools that are excellent. So ability awareness, for example, is one of them that is run by our CPAC. And I know last week, I had checked the sign-up sheet, so I didn't sign up. I had signed up for 4th grade. They had a full roster, it looked like, for 2nd grade, and then stuff happens. People's kids get sick, emergencies come up, and they ended up being really, really short of a lot of volunteers at the last minute. So if you're trying to install, and that's just for a program that's offered, as a special activity once a year for the grades that get it, to try to build a sustainable program around volunteers is just not, unfortunately, just not a realistic approach for many reasons.
I was just going to say,
Go ahead.
The sliding scale on fees or waiver for fees might be important for people to know that we do have that.
Yes, and did you want to add anything to that?
Not to that, just something else.
Okay, so there was a question about fees and sliding scales for fees, which is an excellent question. So does somebody from administration want to answer that? Or, I know that we do waive fees.
We do. We use the federal metric for determining income, and students either have reduced charges for everything, including activities and food, or it is free.
I just wanted to clear up one thing that was said that I highlighted as a concern, because I think it's really important that the public not think that this is the case. Mr. Dyer, when he spoke, talked about adding $100,000 to the central office budget, and I think he was referencing the additional money that was allocated at town meeting. That was not for central office, and that has been determined how that will be allocated for paraprofessionals. So I think it's really important to note that.
I actually think he was talking about a different amount, and maybe it included that, I'm not sure, but central administration, it's very difficult to just read a budget and read a line and see what it is. Central administration is not our offices. Central administration also includes district-wide things, like district-wide software or district-wide legal fees. It's not our office. That's just, you have to have a line for it in the chart of accounts, and the Department of Education tells us where it has to go, and district-wide things either go in the district or they go in central administration if they're used across the district. So we didn't add anything to central admin. We didn't add materials. We didn't add anything. So it was district-wide costs, and then in central administration, there is one line, in the central administration section, there was one line that is school committee, and that line had $100,000 put in it from the special town meeting for the purposes of using for paraprofessionals, which it was used for, but it has to be put somewhere. It has to go into a line, and we can't just pick any line. It has to go in a line that Jesse says is appropriate for that kind of money, and so that's where it went. So there wasn't increases while there were decreases elsewhere. Those are across the district things that have to be put in the section called central administration.
Okay. School committee, anything?
I just want to address the question about the Spanish teacher, and how many languages we have. And
Yes.
So the question was about the Spanish teacher and why we're reducing Spanish, right? And I just want you to know that's all based on enrollment numbers. It's not reducing a language because of not valuing a language. It's actually based on what our enrollment numbers were.
I just wanted to just reiterate when we think globally, that's why I wanted to bring that point up. And so a student might not enroll in that class because Spanish students don't get to travel to Canada or kid that is still anywhere else, so that's why the enrollment is going to be lower. I also want to reiterate enrollment at the high school dropping. I urge school committee to look at those demographics and notice who are the students that are not returning. My son is one of those students who doesn't want to return, and asking those students why they're not interested in returning for the high school.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that is something that was brought to my attention recently as an area for the school committee to explore, and it will definitely be on a future agenda. So thank you for bringing that up again. But yes, we are definitely interested in getting some of the metrics behind that and understanding what we're seeing in demographic patterns or in some of the reasons that students are opting to not continue from the middle school to Oliver Ames. Thank you. Okay. School committee members, do you have any questions or statements? I do, but I'd like you to go first. I don't need to hog the microphone.
I have a statement, but if others have questions, they can go first.
Okay. Any additional? Okay, go ahead, Kelly.
I sat here last year and was challenged to take a lot of information into consideration. This is a volunteer role. It is an elected role. There are a lot of volunteers across the town trying to solve this problem. You're looking at 2 members of PACE committee who've spent an incredible number of hours doing so. We do our homework. Just because you don't hear a question asked here does not mean that we didn't do our homework. It doesn't mean that we didn't try to understand the central admin, the roles, the responsibilities, the work they do, the work of the staff that is being cut. It doesn't mean that we didn't look at the data from PACE in terms of comparing our district to other districts. We are very familiar. You heard Nancy reference the payment that we get per student because we're very aware of it. It is our responsibility to do our homework before we come into this room to fully understand what's happening. Because the children that we're talking about are your children. They're also my children. My child will have a bigger class size. My daughter will have less electives. I don't take that lightly. But to the point made by Director Perez, there are other students who are also being ignored, who also need to be cared about and paid attention to, and I don't take that lightly either. I take it with a significant amount of responsibility. So there is a lot of homework that's done by a lot of people coming into this room long before tonight. Not just by the entire staff that spent countless hours looking at this very seriously, but also by all of us, also by the entire PACE committee who has compiled a significant amount of information on that site. My voice shakes as I say it because I mean it from my heart. I have thought about this for hours and days. Every single part represents a person. That's the hardest part of this. It's easy at work to cut a project. It's not easy to cut a person or to impact a kid. And I hope people do their homework and they understand that because we do. We take it very seriously. I know that the entire office staff is taking on a ton of administrative burden because they lost administrative support, but that some work can only be done by certain people, and so we have to keep certain roles. I also know that by cutting certain roles, we put our district at risk of additional lawsuits because I've asked the question and I've done the homework. And I understand the significant increase that the state and federal government have put upon our schools. So when you ask what you can do, it's understanding that. It's helping put pressure on how to make that better. It's helping look at our master plan and how we improve and how we think about our overall community, because it is not something anyone takes lightly. There is a significant amount of risk if we actually don't complete all of the things that need to be completed in central office. We're actually open to lawsuit, and that'll cost our district and our town a lot more money, and that's not lost on me either. I realize that that's not seen by everyone. I realize not everyone gets it. I realize you don't know the actual amount of a lawsuit and how much it could mean to our town. But I've done my homework, and I pay attention to it, and it's not lost on me. And it's not lost that all of these kids need protection coming out of COVID, and that some of those regulations exist to protect them. And so as much as, yes, I would like my kids to have more electives, I would like my son to have a smaller class size. That's not just what it's about. I wish it were. I wish it were a simpler problem so I could just figure that out. So tonight I looked, And I saw equity in class sizes. And I saw equity in terms of how we're showing up for all the diversity of students that need to be considered. And I saw protection for the town and how we think about all of our obligations. And that's what I had to look at. I had to show up in this role, not as a parent, but as the person who has to protect all of those things. So all your points were made, and I heard you all, everyone who spoke, most of whom have left, so hopefully they hear this later. But it is important to understand the big picture, even as hard as it is. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you. Any other comments from committee members?
I mean, I think Kelly said probably everything we're all. Kelly said everything we're all thinking, and I really appreciate everything you said. The only other thing I'd like to say is something that Ms. Perez brought up, and that's there are students in this district that are afraid to come to school or that don't want to come to school because they feel marginalized, they feel forgotten, they feel like outcasts. And we have to address those issues as well. We have to make sure that our school is a place where every student in this town can come and learn and feel safe. And so there are people in administrative roles that are taking that on and that are doing work behind the scenes. There are educators and paraprofessionals also helping with that. But we have to keep that in mind when we're looking at the budget too. We have to make sure our children are safe coming to school.
Thank you, Jackie. Kelly and Jackie have spoken extremely eloquently on much of what I wanted to say and was thinking. I will just add and echo Kelly on, from an audience perspective, I can understand how if you're coming here tonight and this isn't something that you've had time or capacity to be following along as long as we have, that it can seem like we're not asking the kinds of questions that you would want us or expect us to be asking. And as Kelly eloquently said, it's because we do our homework. This is our role to understand the needs of the district. We talk about this day in and day out, month after month, year after year. As roles have been added over the years, whether they are student-facing or the very few roles that have been added to central admin, the case has been made to us previously for the need for those roles. And very often that need emerges years before we're able to do anything about it. Years go by with knowing that, for example, we had no HR director until a few years ago in a district that employs 600 people with 6 union contracts and a bunch of individual contracts. And we had not a single person in the district whose job it was to serve those staff, to make sure that they had accurate information about their benefits, or to help through an action that we just went through with doing reductions in force. That's appalling. It's risky. It doesn't serve our staff. And if we're not serving our staff through some of these central admin roles, we're not serving our students. It was that the need for an HR director was brought up long before I was even on the school committee. And we finally got it a few years ago. So nobody's sitting around inventing ways to spend money frivolously. If something has been added, it's to address a need that has emerged and presented itself as something that is critical. And as part of PACE, we did evaluate the equivalent positions across comparative districts. And there are many districts who have, Jackie and I were just on, we were on a Mass Association of School Committees call. Was that just Monday? Oh, it's a long week. So Monday night we were on a call where somebody spoke about their communications director. That's a job. that other districts have. Somebody who just communicates. We would never be able, that is unfathomable to us. And we talk to school committees locally and across the state, and the amount of functions that they're able to budget for is the stuff of dreams. And we can't do that, right? Because we're Easton, and we're stuck in the Easton Triangle, where we're limited by Prop 2.5, and we are a minimum aid district. We only get $30 a year in new revenue from the state, and then we have this other arcane thing called the wage adjustment factor that doesn't benefit us. That means that very demographically similar communities get millions of dollars more in state aid than we do. So this is the kind of, again, really deep dive, detailed stuff that we're studying, talking about, living, breathing. I'm on the PACE committee. I'm one of those people who has sat there for literally more than 100 hours worth of meetings, poring over data. I'm a finance person in real life. And in addition to the school committee, our regular school committee meetings, Lauren and I meet with Dr. Cabral on a weekly basis. We spend at least an hour together, usually longer, going over, offering guidance, offering some perspective. She's bouncing ideas or thoughts off of us and getting feedback from us. So this is not the first time we've considered where will cuts be made. We did not have the specific roles until recently, because that didn't get finalized until recently. But in terms of understanding approaches like what can we do in central admin to keep the services and functions that we need with fewer staff, that came with some feedback from me, from Lauren. So this is, again, not the first time we've had discussions about this, and we've talked about this in PACE again and again and again, and in school committee meetings we've known what's happening, and again, this is years in the making. So I hear the question, if you knew this was years in the making, why would you hire positions? Because as Dr. Cabral said, you're going to keep the lights on as long as you can. We're not going to increase class sizes proactively because we anticipate a fiscal cliff is coming. You're going to address the needs that emerge today for the kids who are showing up today to the extent that we can, for as long as we can. And one of the things that I think might, if you work in private industry, you can sock money away for the future. You can't do that in a school budget. We don't have reserve accounts. If we don't spend our budget, the money goes back to the town at the end of the year. And so if we anticipate a need and we don't staff for it, it's not like we can squirrel that money away and hold on to it and staff something later. It just doesn't work that way. And that's, I know, very different from how the private sector works, and just one of those constraints that happens when you're dealing with public money. So I just wanted to explain some of that. I don't know if it's at all helpful, but Kelly said it better than I did, for sure.
Well, and there were a couple of costs that took all of us by surprise. The increase in the insurance premiums, the increase in transportation costs, the increase in out-of-district placements.
Yep. Yeah,
those were not anticipated, and those couldn't be anticipated. And just like everyone's household budget, the increases in health insurance, the increases in electricity bills, the increases in heating bills, it's hitting everyone, and I don't think any of us expected the increases we've been seeing in the last year. And the only other thing I want to say is that everyone up here has kids either in the school or graduated from the school. We all care about what's happening. This is hard for us to sometimes express how this affects all of us. We hear from parents, we hear from educators. We know that this is awful. But if you have questions about how things are being done, why is this decision being made and not that decision, please reach out. We are always here to answer questions. Dr. Cabral and Mrs. Pruitt are here to answer questions. Just ask the question rather than assume malintent. That's all we ask.
Thanks, Jackie. Good point.
I only want to repeat one thing that I said because I'm afraid it may have. What I don't want is for it to seem like it was a hollow statement that was disingenuous. I said if there are questions or people want to see what's happening to come to Central Admin, there have been a lot of presumptions and a lot of things that are said as fact that are just factually inaccurate, and we want to provide that information. But I have great respect for the leadership team, but they're people and they're not perfect. If there are responsibilities that people feel that teachers or paras or secretaries can take on and do that administration doesn't have to do, we're happy to delegate. We would welcome that. We certainly don't want to give more work to other people, which is why we take it. But that's the only thing that can be done. Our duties are required, so somebody has to do it. But if there are ideas of other people that can do it, we want to hear that. And we'll talk about it with you, and we will entertain everything, because that's all we've been doing is trying to think of ways to make this work. So please don't think that that was a hollow statement. Please call us. We would much prefer that than giving suggestions on social media, because we don't monitor social media. We will never know what they are. Please come and see us. If you are truly looking for a solution, please come and see us. We will show you exactly what we're doing, and we are way open to who can help do it. I assure you, that is not a hollow statement. You don't have to be a staff member. You can be a resident. If you do work with large budgets, if you work in education, we're not perfect. We would absolutely welcome that. We have done our best and we haven't been able to, but that doesn't mean it's not possible.
Thank you. I did want to just hit on one number that Jackie had brought up and explain it a little bit, because I don't think it was explained explicitly. So last year, when we went through the budget presentation, and even prior to the budget presentation last year, it was identified, right, that we were looking at a multi-million-dollar budget shortfall. So we knew that last year. That was why the PACE committee was formed at town meeting, because we knew we were losing grant funding and that we had seen extraordinary increases in special education outplacement. Our transportation contract had increased by a lot. We only have one bidder. You can't really negotiate when there's only one bus company who's willing to drive your kids around town. So, we knew that there were definitely expenses that we anticipated coming, and the health insurance was one of them. There had been we had been seeing some trends there. The health insurance for the town, which covers town and school employees, increased by $2 million this year. We were expecting an increase, not a $2 million increase, and that alone was was a factor that really blew the budget wide open in terms of needing to get as extreme as we have had to get with doing doing large-scale reductions in force. So when we were looking a year ago, predicting that we had a budget problem, we had a fiscal cliff coming, it was not to the degree that reality ended up being. And I think that's made a critical difference in thinking in terms of, again, trying to use stabilization funds and trim around the edges, and maybe we can get a little more efficient here and not fund that position there, versus having to do the draconian cuts that are being made across the town and school budgets. Was there anything else that we missed, maybe? No. I don't think so. Okay. Well, thank you all for hanging in for so long. We are 4 hours into this. We appreciate everybody hanging in with their questions, comments, feedback, and for listening. So thank you for coming and listening. I'd say the one takeaway, my wish would be to please seek out accurate information and share accurate information and amplify accurate information. So if you have further questions, please ask us.
please email. If you want to have a conversation, I'll give you my cell number. Reach out to central admin. There's reason and logic behind everything, and we're happy to share that with you. All right.
You have two vote. You do have a vote this evening, and it is on the capital budget.
Yep.
It is a 5-year plan. You really just need to vote on this year or for next year, FY26. And as we said before, we're not asking for anything except technology. It's likely it's going to get deferred due to the fiscal situation in the town, but we have reduced everything else, which is why we're concerned about facilities for the next 2 years. So you're voting on the $250,000 request for technology.
And the technology covers what exactly? Like, is it replacement?
They are replacement costs. We are, unfortunately, this is all converging with the end of the useful life of the Chromebooks that were purchased with the federal stimulus funds, so we have a lot of replacements.
So this is all those broken bits and pieces you've stitched together?
Yes, despite the fact that we're reducing the K to 6 1-to-1.
Yep,
K to 7, excuse me.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from the school committee on the capital budget request for technology for $250,000 for fiscal year 26?
No.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion then to approve the capital budget recommendation for fiscal 26?
So moved, Percio.
Can I get a second?
Move a second.
And all in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay. All right, so the next item on the agenda is, we do have public comment on the agenda, so if there is anything additional that folks would like to say, there's 2 empty microphones and 3 minutes at your disposal. You are welcome to make any additional comments if anybody would like to come forward.
We have about 5 people still with us for those watching, minus everyone from the staff who said to join.
Okay.
If you want to come back? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, subsection 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Easton Educators Association, Unit A and paraprofessional, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals. And in my opinion, having this discussion in open session would be detrimental to the bargaining position of the school committee. Can I get a second?
Wasman, second.
And roll call vote.
Roll call? Or all?
Roll call for exec session.
Oh, okay.
DeLuca, yes.
Wasman, yes.
Star, yes.
Pursue, yes.
All right, great. And we will return to open session. sorry.
All right.
All right, great. Okay, welcome back. So I make a motion to approve the Easton Educators Association Unit A and paraprofessional contracts. Can I get a second?
Wiseman, second.
All in favor? Any opposed? No, unanimous. Excellent. Okay, all right, so with that, our next meeting is Thursday, April 17th, 6 p.m. And would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Muniz.
Percio, second.
All in favor? Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.